Well, hello. How is everybody doing? Hopefully you're good today, guys. It is the beginning of a new week. Hopefully you had a good weekend, man. I have been MIA a little bit, and we've been kind of slacking on the video uploads as well. But you know, it is what it is. I've had a lot of stuff to sort out recently. If you've seen the Discord, you see I was stripping off and replacing the roof on my extension, which required, obviously, a little bit of time. You know, can't get your game and stream while I'm on a roof, but that's all sorted now. Still got lots of stuff that I want to get done with the house at the moment. Drive needs sorting, a bunch of stuff, really. But that gives us plenty of time at the moment to do a bit of gaming, a little bit of gaming. So hopefully everybody is well. It's good to see ya. We are back again with another Limbus stream because we're continuing the murder on the warp train. We need to find out who done it, what's happening, see what's going down. I've really been enjoying this Intervallo, actually. So far, the time killing time is still my favourite, but I'm really liking where this is going at the moment. And I do, honestly, I will hopefully have the Canto 6 video up soon. And I'll also have some more ID trailer reactions as well soon. I was thinking about doing some on stream, actually, which we might do, or some might be on stream, some might be off, because there's a lot, right? So we'll figure that out. And yeah, guys, I did upload a video today if you want to check it out, just talking about what I think is the problem with gacha games. And it's not really the gacha, because like obviously it's that part of the cycle again, right? Silver Palace is in beta, it's coming out, everybody talks about the gacha, right? It's the main focus. It's understandable as well, right? I get it. It's an important part of the game, right? Of the experience, but for me, it's not the most important part. So I wanted to kind of talk about that because we always it's like Groundhog Day when a new gacha game comes out, right? It's the same stuff. You know what I mean? It's the same stuff. So yeah, I kind of wanted to tackle it from a little bit of a different point. And I have been, and hey, I might actually join those conversations again. You never know, right? I'm not going to pretend that I am above all of these discussions, but it's something that I used to do a lot. I did it with Stellar Store and stuff, and when I think about it, it matters much less than what's actually in the game. You know what I mean? It's important, but nowhere near as important. So if you want to check that video out, guys, I did upload that earlier. So show it some love. Let me know what you think down below. I asked a couple of questions in that video. One as well, directly from Cap as well, which I noticed she was having a conversation on it around Silver Palace on Twitter. But it's something I've been talking about in Discord and on streams recently. So anybody who's sort of regular knows where I'm coming from that. But how are we doing, chat? How are we? Yo, Flicks, what's going on? Rasanju, welcome. Dandy, welcome to the stream. Kaid, welcome to the stream. Izimond, welcome to the stream as well. Canis, what is up? Beach of the Sniper, welcome to the stream. Slothalot, Kino, welcome. Alaricio, welcome to the stream. I don't know your name, but Wenfield is real. Easy, what's going on? Has any building project delayed and over budget? Pix dropped Enfield since it's going to EOS soon. No, I'm still playing Enfield. I've just not been making content on it. I did all of the Echoes of War, it was called, right? I did all that. I kind of like that, actually. I kind of liked it. You know, it's kind of, it's time slot, but I had fun with it, right? I like what they're doing with some of the stuff in Enfield. Like, if you're going to give me time slot, which, listen, it's gacha, you're going to get it. And again, it's something that I'd rather stay away from. But I at least like that they're trying to give us. It's more based around mechanics, right? And playing into those mechanics, which I prefer rather than just being a straight, you know, character stat check kind of thing, like a count check. Is a little bit more, you know, it's much easier if you just play with the mechanics, which, you know. But then again, like I said, I actually did enjoy it. So I credit where credit's due. It's a mode that I usually am a little bit critical of, that sort of mode. But I had fun with it. Yes, 1.4 this week. Probably maybe tonight. Like, I'm not gonna specify the exact day, right? Because, like, obviously, just a little bit busy at the moment, but it will be this week. It may be a daytime stream, but it's more than likely going to be an evening stream for Enfield, because I do want to finish the story. I haven't played any more of the story since we last streamed it. I've just been jumping in and doing some bits and pieces, logging in, doing my dailies, trying to get some good essences for some of the characters, and obviously doing the Echoes of War and that sort of stuff. But yeah, we're going to continue on with 1.4. I'm looking forward to that because, as I say, I'm hearing nothing but positives about it, and where we're at, I was enjoying it, so I'm curious to see where things go. Zero, welcome to the stream. Blue Archive got its own 9. What is that all about? Maybe I need to look. Somebody's got a link to some info about this Blue Archive stuff. I've heard that it's causing ripples, to say the least, but I don't exactly know what's going on. As somebody who's played a little bit of Blue Archive, but never really got into it, people keep telling me you need to play. But it's also one of those games, man. I'm worried that if I start playing that, the FBI is going to be looking at my computer as well. You know what I mean? San Relic, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Psych, welcome. And Dex, welcome to the stream. Gacha does participate a lot when it comes to fatigue. Like, experience depends on the characters you get and how strong you can make them. Gacha makes sure you never can attain max output. Oh, it's for sure monetization of a game, especially in gacha, is intrusive. It's just, for me, systems within these games a lot of the time are far more intrusive. I just personally haven't burnt out of a gacha game because of the monetization. It's because of all the other systems that are born from the monetization, but don't have to be the way they are, in my opinion. They honestly don't have to be the way they are. I just find it fascinating that we're so fluid in what we talk about in regards to gacha monetization. I'm like, well, we don't have to have 50-50s. We don't have to have this. We don't have to have that. But then when you start talking about gameplay and you start being like, well, maybe we could have this change. People are like, what's a gacha game? What do you expect? I'm like, well, some evolution would be nice. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Psych. Never blame Blue Archive, for the love of God. What's going on, City Sweeper? Welcome to the stream. I'm looking forward to Monster Hunter Outlands because I like Monster Hunter gameplay. Hopefully it'll come in Creature Collect. Is that the mobile Monster Hunter, right? That's the mobile one, right? Is that gonna... What's the deal with that? Is it just a live service, or they're gonna have... I'm sure they're gonna have some sort of gacha mechanics in there, right? It needs to be a 4 to 5 hour block to save and finish it in one go. Whether we finish it in one go is a different question, or answer, should I say. Dandy, welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, shout out to everybody in chat, guys. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Hopefully you did have a good weekend. We are going to continue on with the Intervallo today. And then what we'll probably do is we'll have 1 or 2 days. We'll have some Limbus videos coming among some other videos. I do want to start increasing the output of videos again because we've been putting up videos one every couple of days. We went from like 1 to 2 videos a day, right? And we're down to like 1 to 3 videos a week at the moment. I want to get my video output up because I enjoy making videos, and I kind of like, there's been a lot being talked about in this space. I mean, I'm just not that interested in now, but I do want to get those Limbus videos up. I do want to get 1.4 finished and talk about 1.4, you know, and obviously I want to get back to Arknights as well. So I think we will probably, like, after we've done this Intervallo, we'll probably have a couple of days of just bashing some of the games out, getting some videos done as well, trying to get this Kanto 6 video, because I'd really like to get that Kanto 6 video up before we start Kanto 7 as well. And I'll be honest, I've got everything bullet pointed, and I started writing a script, and I got like a sentence in, and then it kind of like stopped. So I've still got a lot to do on that video. So it's still like very much at the grassroots in terms of completing that video. We've got to sort that out. I really would like to, because that's I kind of want to do that for each Kanto. If I can try and get it. It depends. The thing is though, Limbus at the minute, it's got me so hooked. It's like I just want to get into the next thing. You know, and I don't have the time to kind of like sit down and be like, right, let me take that in, let me process that, and let's talk about it. You know what I mean? So I really need to try and do that. I think just for me, Kanto 5, it was such a good, like, I'm really enjoying the game in general, but like Kanto 5 was like, oh man, it was brilliant. So I just desperately wanted to talk about it. So that video just came a lot easier, you know. Where the Kanto 6 video hasn't so much, because although there is a lot of like parallel analogies and symbolism and all this sort of stuff, I feel with Kanto 5, I felt like there was a little bit more from a personal point of view that I could pull from. That, like, obviously people commented on the video like, oh, that's interesting point of view and stuff, where I think with Kanto 6, I don't know if I'll, like, I'm going to make the video, like, of course, and I'm hoping it's going to be a good video, but I don't know if I'll necessarily have something to offer the way you guys will go, oh, actually, I don't know if I thought of that. Do you know what I mean? Because it's a bit more of a, I'd say it's a little bit more on the nose with most stuff, if that makes sense. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll have something there that you guys haven't thought about. Maybe. Basically, in Blue Archive, sorry, the pity used to stack up to 200, right? So what, at 200, you'd spark a unit or something. Is that what you're saying? Pulling the featured characters did not reset pity, and it carried over the banners. Now pulling featured resets and no carryover. Oh, okay, that's interesting. So reading that, the gachas got worse then, right? So the pity used to stack up to 200, right? So what would happen at 200 then? Would you just spark a unit or something? Pulling the character did not reset pity. Okay. Oh, okay, so... Right. I'm assuming you sparked a unit at 200, right? Or was it just that's as far as pity went regarding in carrying over? And now that doesn't carry over at all? Pulling feature resets the... Right, okay. Yeah, damn. That's, So it was a 200 spark. Now it's a standard 50-50 rules. Damn, okay. Yo, Ken, what's up, dude? Interesting. Maybe I need to watch a video about that then or something, because that's not great, right? Again, I don't know the nuances of the system. But like, again, as we was talking about in the previous video, I care less about gacha systems than the game experience. It's never good to see a gacha system potentially going backwards, right? If I'm assuming it sounds like it's going backwards, right? Are we gacha maxing? We're Limbus maxing today, Leon. Oh, they didn't reset the pity. It becomes better. Okay, right. I might have to look into the system a bit more then, because I don't think I kind of get the gist of it. Previously, you had points up to 200, and you could get featured character on 190. Then pull 10 on another banner, and you could walk away with 2 characters. Now you walk away with 1. Double the currency now, basically. What in cost, or you're getting double the currency? Something BA devs getting greedy, something EA exec joining something BA JP players in the trenches at the moment. Double only in worst case, but to be honest, but I'm gonna have to have a look into this a little bit more, because I don't really understand the gacha system anyway. Again, I've never really played the game properly in that regard. If you win rated 190, basically all your points gone. Right. I'll have to have a look. What's going on, guy? Welcome to stream. I'll have to have a look, because I don't know if I'm getting the gist of how much worse or potentially better it's got. You put a TLDR, it reacts to master breaks everything down. Was it a video? Oh, is it? Was it some Reddit posts? Okay, alright. Maybe we'll take a look at it. Maybe. I don't know if I care, if I'm honest. I don't play the game, right, so... Oh, an EA executive has been named executive chairman of Nexon. Ooh. Dude, that feels like the devil. An EA exec going into a company that messes with gacha. Oh, God. Yeah, he was the guy. Yeah, he was the guy who said accept it or don't buy our game, right? Something along those lines. Ooh, okay. That sounds like a coalition of dark forces. That sounds like a coalition of dark forces right there. That does. I don't know what to take from that. Blue Archives 9/11. Okay, we've got a video. Video's good. For Ian. Does not read. Is this somebody explaining it?
Actually...
Okay. Maybe we'll watch this, because I'm kind of curious. You know, I'm kind of curious. Is it all about nothing, or is it actual valid time to crash out for these guys? again, it doesn't affect me. Synthesis reaction. Don't quote me. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, right? Because we're going to finish off Intervallo today, and then I don't want to start Canto 7 straight away. So, we'll probably do that tomorrow or Wednesday. Tomorrow or Wednesday. That's the plan. That's the plan. This week, at least. So yeah, maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm just trying to think, because I want to do Enfield, but I'll probably do Enfield at the evening. So yeah, I think tomorrow probably would be perfect, right? Do you know the weird thing is, because obviously when I found out it was on, I slapped it into my watch later. Do you know, obviously to watch later. I fucking woke up the other night, in the middle of the night. Shit was blaring on my TV. I was like, what the fuck? Obviously I was switching off straight away, because as soon as I realised when I was watching, I was like, no, I need to watch that on stream. But I may have listened to the like 50%, 60% of concert while I was asleep. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that, because last year's was brilliant, so that should be it should be fun. That should be fun. I'm looking forward to that, actually. So yeah. Yeah, we'll finish off this today, and then yeah, probably tomorrow, actually, if not Wednesday, but no later than Wednesday. Yeah. I love how we all play gacha games and talk about them. The games at their core require you to gamble for gameplay, and despite that, we all shiver in fear at the mere mention of anything EA. It shows us levels, right? There's levels. Yeah, like that's one thing I spoke about in my video today as well. Like Ubisoft, like, you know, EA though, man. EA, you know, they are the dark forces of the gaming world. But guys, if you haven't already done so, drop a like on the stream. We're going to check out this Blue Archive video then, because I'm curious. I'm kind of curious what's going on, right? I'm curious to see what's going on. I thought Cat was off here as well, because I saw her yesterday. I didn't care, because it obviously, as I said in my video, I'm not taking in the conversations about the gacha so much, because I couldn't give a toss. It was more about the gaming. But I saw a comment. It was on one of her tweets, right? She was like, the problem with Enfield is past getting the character after the spark, there's no like guarantee for copies. And I was like, whatever, because it's not that big of a deal to me. But I was like, yeah, that's not right. She's just figured out. She just remembered that there's a 240 spark system in the game. Because I was thinking that, I was like, wait, yeah, you're not correct on that one, actually, Kat. As I say, you know, that's one thing I've learnt now. I honestly, for me, I actually spent a bit of time trying to explain like the gacha system in Enfield prior to launch, you know, have conversations about it, try and get into discussions about it. But I've just figured out since Enfield drop and how people are talking about gacha systems, I don't think it really matters. Like, I think, and the feels obviously is important, but that matters more than objective, you know, provable numbers, I think, to most people, if I'm honest. And I genuinely think as well, like, when it comes to Enfield, people, I don't know, man. I honestly think people actively sometimes want to, like, be ignorant of the systems. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not almost like it's a misunderstanding something. And I'm not accusing Cap of that here, because I think she was having some genuinely good conversations around gacha yesterday. But like, the way I see people talk about Enfield, and the way I see people are like attaching Silver Palace to Enfield now, I'm just like, some of it's definitely born of ignorance, but some of it is definitely like, you know, purely just refusal to try to understand it. Some people just don't, because they haven't, you know, been confronted with the information. And there's other people who have, and they're just like, nah, feels bad, sucks, kind of thing. So it's like, I'm kind of like, I've never been one to defend games anyway. I couldn't give a fuck. If you don't like something, you don't like something. You know what I mean? If I like it, I like it. I like to discuss things, and if we can have good conversations, we can have good conversations when we have opposing views, right? But like, sometimes, man, the bad faith around certain stuff, you know, it baffles me sometimes. The conversations are around gacha. I'm just like, why do you play gacha games, really? Because, you know, why don't you just go, like, because And again, I can be put into this because I'm getting frustrated with gacha systems, honestly. But that's why, like I say, I'm enjoying things like Limbus and Arknights more because those systems are much less intrusive there in terms of, like, you know, the actual account systems and all that sort of stuff. But, like, the way I see conversations go around actual gacha monetization, I'm like, that's like being in the casino and being really mad there's a roulette wheel in the corner. Like, bro, I can't fucking believe this, man. I just want to play blackjack. Like, you know, I need a particular kind of gambling. I can't be dealing with that shit over there. It's just, you know. You're not getting frustrated with gacha system, you're getting frustrated with casual curses. I think the problem is, because I played a lot of gacha games now, in a vacuum, these systems aren't inherently bad in smaller doses. It's just, I think my worry is, it's less for the gacha space as a whole. It's more for the upper end of the upper echelon of the gacha space in terms of the high production games. Because, man, I honestly feel like we're just going to be playing the same game. I don't know, some people will go, we'll just pick a game then, and then, you know, you won't feel like that. But I can't just main a game because of said systems, because they encourage me to play in very small doses, which people say, well, that's exactly how gacha works. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to, right? That's my argument. Like I say, when it comes to monetization, people are like, it doesn't have to be like this. But then when you talk about systems, they're like, but it has to be like this. It's like, no, you know, two things can be true at the same time. Nexon has been fined by the Korean FTC for deceptive practices. Can outgreed EA already. Yeah, but like, you bring in EA and then you put it together with Nexon. What I'm saying is you take EA employees and put them in a gacha company. It's like, whoa, you know? It's I think you got problems. Agenda matters, most LARPers are the real players. Phil's facts is for most people. Yeah, true, yeah, BS Commissioners. What's going on? Welcome to the stream. I want to be ignorant of Enfield existing. I think a lot of people feel the same way about you in the Discord, don't they, Ken? God loves ya. God loves ya. I love having convos with Ken, even though sometimes he talks out his arse. I know I do as well, so it's all good. It's all good. He has a lot of good statements as well. Often. He does. I'll give him that. A lot of other people wouldn't agree. But agenda. Oh, sorry, I just read that. You're not getting frustrated with gacha. Oh yeah, just read that. It's just burnout. Maybe. Well, it is right, but it's not burnout because of the games themselves, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, at its core, I don't dislike Wuthering Waves or a lot of the gacha games because they're RPGs, right? And I love RPGs. It's the interconnected systems that they're reliant upon now because nobody can move on from Genshin. It's what it is. Nobody can move on from Genshin. We keep hearing about evolution, but it's not happening, in my opinion. We're getting a lot of flashy stuff, looks cool, production's going through the roof. We're getting some serious quality in that regard, but I feel like we're faltering massively in actual design philosophies, right? Do you know what I mean? That's a major problem. That's why I think I'm enjoying Limbus so much at the minute, because it's different. It feels different for me within the gacha space, right? And I suppose that Limbus's massive strength is, one, the way they allow the gacha system to work. But two, its major strength is it's a narrative experience, right? It's a narrative experience, and it's a bloody good one. So it kind of doesn't suffer from the same things, and the way you level characters and stuff just doesn't fall in. It's like Arknights, right? You know, there's something same, but a lot different, you know? And I think that's a real strength of those two games. Incredibly strong narrative experiences, and a lot of the systems that become burdensome and tiresome and tedious are not there. Now, don't get me wrong, Arknights still has some systems that are just like, you know, let me farm a stage whatever day of the week. Bro, just stop that. Like, just get that out of here. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's like, it's a thing that I think other gacha games really suffer from. Really do. I personally play gacha because the best of them managed to make us use of long-lived narrative thanks to live service updates and allowed for long and huge character developments. Kiana Kaslana, my baby. Yeah, I think it is a strength when you've got good narrative. Right, this is why I say like I'm a big fan of Arknights and Limbus because I think they, for me personally, do it the best. Evolving the RPG genre is a monumental task, especially action RPGs. The thing is though, in the action space, I really don't think it is. All we've got to do is pull away from rotation combat. Do you know what I mean? How you do that specifically, I don't know if I've necessarily got the answer. I suppose if I sat down and really thought about it, but it could start, like, I'd like to see the systems change, right? I'm kind of just tired of going 20 to level 20, breakthrough, to level 40, breakthrough, to level 60, breakthrough, and then having to farm those subsections of materials in specific ways that I've done in 15 other games, and then doing the same thing with weapons. And then, like, when it comes to the action games, pretty much combat, all being, now obviously they're different at Genshin's, but, like, all being offshoots of Genshin. And I feel like the gap between them is getting, smaller and smaller. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's a problem. Like, look at all the action gacha games coming. That's an inherent part of an RPG. It's a bastardized version of an RPG, isn't it? Most RPGs don't necessarily level in that same way. Of course, you have levels that you naturally gain as you play, and then you use, typically, dependent on the game, materials that you acquire, i.e. experience points, whatever it might be for that game, and then you apply them to your character, potentially having a varied build, which we don't often have in gacha games, and we have to then go work for those materials rather than naturally leveling as we play with the character. A lot of games are too scared to let us naturally build characters the more we use them and actually gain experience via playing for them. Our experience all goes onto the account, right? They take what would usually happen in an RPG, and that becomes your account, right? That's the natural progression of playtime, and then everything else is built through farming and grinding. And I honestly feel like we can do better. I'm not saying that grind has to go. It's like I said in my video, I'm not even saying get off the treadmill, but just change it. Do you know what I mean? Let me hop on the elliptical. Let me hop on the Stairmaster. You know what I mean? I'm still kind of doing the same thing. The end goal's the same, but I'm taking a different journey. And I feel like since 2020, we've been taking the same journey throughout, especially in the action space. And at some point, man, something's going to break, I think. I honestly do. I really do. And I think it's going to be a thing that ripples back through the gacha space as well. It's not just that people go, that new action game, not even going to bother. I think it's going to, like, really start to ripple back and take people away from these games. And I'll say it here, I've said it before, Hoyo, love them or hate them, they're going to be the guys that come through and change it. I kind of bet my bottom dollar. I wouldn't be surprised in this new wave of, like, Hoyo titles, right, that's the thing they do differently. Yeah, it might look like a Hoyo game, maybe even plays a little bit like a Hoyo game, but I reckon that a lot of the systems, I reckon they're gonna take a risk, I do, and switch things up. Do you know what I mean? We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll have to wait and see. Again, it's easier said than done, right? It's easier said than done. Indeed, we gachas can have some of the best stories ever because of the amount of time and money they have to create them over the years. Yet there's only really two to three that properly do this. Limbus, AK, I've never played Honkai Impact 3rd. But Limbus does it, definitely. Arknights does it. There's parts of Reverse 1999 that I think are brilliant as well. I've got to see what 1.4's got to. I've had moments in Enfield as well that I've really enjoyed, but in terms of, like, genuine quality, Arknights and Limbus for me are like the tippity top of the mountain. Do you know what I mean? If we're going to talk narrative experiences. For what I've played, a lot of people talk about FGO, which you might be right, and I believe it because it always gets thrown into the conversations by people who play it, but I haven't experienced it, so I can't even compare it. Do you know what I'm saying? Another one as well there that history's just putting Nikkei. Nikkei's another game that gets thrown around for a good story as well, right? Have I tried Nikkei, Uma, or FGO? I've played a bit of Nikkei, and Uma's just not for me. It's just not for me. Like, I wanted to love Uma because it is different, right? It at least for me, from what I've been used to playing, it felt quite unique. It's just not for me, man. Do you know what I mean? It's just one of those. It's just not for me. I don't mind character ascension as much as I mind it being story locked. Migacha is currently culling players with the lights. Hello, Agnes. Tachyon support card banner. Team swap timer base. Endgame is overdone. Can't wait to see it in Silver Palace. That's what I'm worried about, man. I'm going to be doing some variants of Tower of Adversity in Silver Palace, man, and I'm kind of like scared about that. I know it's not a big deal. It's video games, right? What's going on, Troll Jinx? But it's like, it's something you enjoy, right? It's like, oh, dude, I don't want that to happen. I really don't want that to happen, man. That's why I'm kind of excited about my team's new games, a bit different than usual. Girls Frontline is my goat for gacha story for now. Yes, I'm sure there is ones out there. Because, like, if you know me, I'm quite critical of gacha stories. I think most of them are kind of ass, if I'm honest. I really do. Because I think a lot of the time, in the gacha space, right, we have this, the anime trope. And it can be really good. And when it's earned, it's awesome, right? But the anime trope of, you know, that moment, the clash between the two characters. You know, there's that kind of moment of, is that all you've got? And it's like, Rah! And that music drops. That music hits. And it's like, oh, shit, hands in the air, peak. This is the best story writing. I've never had seen storytelling like this. The dialogue, the writing, oh my days, it's cinema. And really, it's just hitting you with that, like, aura moment, which can be awesome sometimes. And when it works and when it's been built up and when it, like, you know, it can be really good. It can be a, like, hair standing up on the back of your neck moment. Do you know what I mean? But a lot of the time it's just like, I'll watch it and I'm just like, okay, that was cool. I wouldn't say it was peak in terms of storytelling. I wouldn't say it was peak in terms of world building and writing. Like, it was a moment that I'd be like, yo, that was really well animated, and that was a cool moment. Sick to watch those two characters fight. Like, the most recent time that happened for me was NTE. And it was even more frustrating in NTE because, I don't know if you guys have done it. You know, it's like a quest where you're going through that mansion, right? And you fight that chick at the end, and she's got, like, a patch on her eye, right? I've even forgot her name. She's a badass-looking character, right? And the fucking scene's cool. Like, it's really well done. And that's exactly like that. You know, you do that, and then the clash after the big statements, and then music drops, and it looks cool. But I'd skipped every fucking cutscene on the way up to that because I was just getting pissed off. All I wanted to do was get to level 24 to unlock that 999 nights. And then as soon as I got to 24, it said I've got to do some other mission. And I was just like, oh, felt like pulling my hair out, man. Like, NTE's been one of those games for me where, like, if you like NTE, I get it. NTE's a fine little game, right? But it's just like, I'm just like, I don't know. It's such a chore to just do things to a degree. Do you know what I mean? Because everyone skipped everything up to that point, and then something cool happens, and now it's over again. Yeah, like, NTE really pushes me to skip stuff. Like, some of the quests are so by the numbers of, like, we want you to do 12 things. Go here, go there, go here, go there, go here, go back there, go here, go back there, go here, go back there. And it's just like, bro, I feel like I could have done that in 5 minutes, but you stretch it out, and it felt like it took me 20 minutes. I really don't like that about NTE, man. They stretch out quest lines so much that it's criminal, man, in my opinion. Hype moments and aura lose all meaning once you've seen, like, two. Yeah, it's like I say, like, and don't get me wrong, I'm an enjoyer of anime, right? But it can be done well in anime, but a lot of the time it's done bad as well. Like, anybody who's an anime enjoyer, you've got to accept there's a lot of trash out there, right? There is, right? Doesn't mean it can't be enjoyable to watch. Sometimes we enjoy watching slop. You switch your brain off and you enjoy it, right? But it's when somebody comes along and tries to tell me that's peak storytelling, and I'm like, is it though? Or was she just gooning a bit? Or did the flashy animation pull you in? Because flashy animation's cool. Do you know what I mean? Or, you know, haven't got there yet. You're still stuck in the band side quest. Yeah, that's another one. I just completely flashed through that as fast as possible. You know, like the playing the music on the drums and stuff. I was just like, bro, this is trash. DNNS, did you get? No, I didn't. I got into the previous one. So I've played the game before, but unfortunately I didn't get into this one. So, yeah, sucks to suck, I guess. Different 3D gachas are like different fast food chains. They're branded different, but it's all chips and fried food. Kind of, yeah. Yeah, exactly, JT. Exactly. And I'm just waiting for that company that comes along and elevates us, because I believe it can be done. It can be done, right? You know. Now, Genshin came along and kind of elevated the space in terms of showing what can be done with scale, scope, production, investment, all this sort of stuff. And that's where we are now. I'm just waiting for a company to come along and go, okay, all right. We're going to do that, but we're going to switch it up a little bit here. And not by going, hey, you can get all characters in 50 pools and there's no 50-50. And what's pity? You don't need pity. Just get everything. Sounds cool. Seller, right? You know, DNA, rip the gacha out of the game. The game is ass. I'm just waiting for a game that's just like, we're gonna switch things up here. We're not going to make you do... Now, again, I said it in my video. I'm fine with them trying to hit me with psychological triggers. I get it. It's the way they sell things, right? But can I just have some different ones? Can you try and trick me in a different way? Can you get me on the treadmill in a different way, please? So at least, as I'm sweating my tits off, grinding, I'm like, hey, I feel like I'm doing something different here. You know, the suits will be laughing at me going, yeah, we got him. But I'll take that. I'll take the illusion at the moment. I'll take the illusion. The banquest, I like to call it. Dude, it was painful, man. It was painful easy. The banquest was so bad. Why am I forced to play that mini game? Yeah, it's just like, why? Why do it to me? It was horrible. I just sat there, just spamming the keyboard, just spamming it, just spam. Just get me through this. I don't care. I don't care what my score is. I do not care. NT's a weird game for me. The second I played it, I just knew it wasn't for me. First time a game did that for me. Not even Flying Gorilla had me this immediately appalled, despite doing nothing yet. Yeah, I was watching some VXV fiction because Ricardo made a video, didn't he, where he pushed back against Gacha Smack. Because I haven't seen Gacha Smack's video, so I can't say what he's saying. I can only say what it seems like Ricardo was saying he was saying, and I'm not going to attribute that to Smack because I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it was coming through a filter of how Ricardo took it. But he was basically saying that Smack saying we should be out there supporting NTE because of the monetization, and he disagrees with that, and I have to agree with that sentiment if it's true. The video I put up today, I had a couple of takes because a couple of times I started ranting, and I see people so often, they'll be like, they'll see a game that's sort of average, but because it's doing something decent in the monetization, i.e. the gacha system, they're like, oh, I'll happily spend on that game. But I'm like, fuck that. I'll spend on it if it's good. I ain't just gonna give them money because they seem like they're being generous. Why am I gonna do that? Do you know what I mean? And I understand the sentiment of if we support good business practices, we'll get more of them. But yeah, man, it's not something I can necessarily get behind. You know, I've got to support things I enjoy. Do you know what I mean? And again, I just want to get this straight. I haven't watched Smack's video, so I'm only going off what Ricardo said, right? As somebody who's... I really like Smack, actually. We spoke a few times. Nothing but respect for him. And he showed nothing but respect to me as well. So, yeah, but, like, I'm only going off what I've seen. And again, we can always... That's the thing, you know. I think too often... Because V was trying to make out that, like... It felt like he was trying to make out like Ricardo was going after Smack. And I didn't necessarily get that from the video. It was just him kind of saying, I disagree with what Smack's got to say here. Which... We're all adults, right? We should be able to disagree with each other and not be like, oh, did you hear? He said gacha matters more than the systems. He's going after picks. Not true. Just disagree with me, right? If somebody did that, you know what I mean? Yeah, NT is kind of like that for me, right? Like, there's some little things in it that I like. And I want to try out this 999 nights, but I think I do somewhat agree with Ricardo. Not as harshly. Ricardo really went in on NTE. I don't feel the same way. I think NTE is a fine game that's kind of fun in small doses. But like you know when I compare, like, you know when you compare NTE, and I don't want to be that guy because obviously, you know when you look at NTE compared to like Enfield or even like Wuthering Waves, you can see the difference, can't you? Doesn't mean that's because graphics and polish are not what makes a good game, right? Some of the best games over the years, man, fucking hell. Look at Bethesda. They made a fucking career of putting out games broken, but they were still brilliant, right? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. NT is just one of those games for me, but I'm like, this couldn't be my main game. Right, I like what they're doing with things like that 999 nights. Fair enough. I think they've gone with no 50-50. But I do agree with what Ricardo said. I don't think if a game gets rid of a 50-50, it intrinsically means, okay, de facto, the game's a bad game. But I do think they went down the route of removing the 50-50. One, because I don't think they know. I think they know they couldn't necessarily compete with WoW and these sort of games on that level playing field in terms of like quality and stuff. And I also think they were kind of shook to the core about a Nanta hype initially because of the idea of that having no gacha, and people were like, do you remember the conversations when NTE first dropped a trailer and then Project Mugen dropped theirs and everybody was like, NTE who? And then NTE dropped another trailer. And then they'd come out with the Ananta trailer, and everybody was like, fucking hell, this game looks way better. I think there was some of that in there. Do you know what I mean? I definitely do agree with some of the sentiments that he had in that regard. I think people were kind of misconstruing what he was saying, that if a game has a better gacha system, then he was saying it means it's a bad game. But I think what he was trying to argue, that sometimes these game companies make choices because they know they can't hang. I think we can all say, right, you know, Duet Night Abyss, I don't think they removed the gacha out of the game because, like, I don't believe when they sat there in that live stream and they were like, man, we hate losing 50-50, so we decided to get the gacha out. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, all right, yeah, all right, bro, I'll believe ya. Thousands wouldn't, but I'll believe ya. That was obviously them, I think, admitting to themselves that I don't think we can hang here with a normal gacha system, so we need to try and go cosmetic only and hope that that generates enough hype to get people in, and hopefully we can maybe take a little bit of the Warframe audience. Do you know what I mean? I think there was a bit of that there. Now, does that mean the game's bad? No, I just didn't enjoy it. But I think we can look at companies sometimes and see what they're doing. Do you know what I mean? We know exactly what they're doing. Still yapping. We are, Tonkers. Welcome to the stream. Apology. I'm yapping away. I can't believe it. A gacha game is both a gacha and a game. Other hype is abundant in the gacha scene. Yeah, and you know what? I've been guilty of that. I've been guilty of it. Because when it comes to video games for me, right, I am like a kid in a candy store. I'm still a kid when it comes to games. So I can't help but get excited for video games, even though we've had lots of reasons to be jaded in the gaming space in general. I just love games. So I have to admit, I am definitely guilty of seeing a flashy game and being like, oh, this looks sick. And yeah, you know. Enfield did the hype moments right in 1.4 though. I'll even argue, like, for me, they did them quite well in 1.2 as well. I'm biased, so I'm cognizant of my bias with Enfield. I kind of let some things that I probably wouldn't let slide in other games. I'll just do. You know what I mean? It's like serving steak without seasoning, and then you get served steak with seasoning once and people laud and applause. Yeah. Gacha CC drama. Nah, it's not even a drama. I think people are trying to make into it. Like, I think Ricardo, I wouldn't even say there were drama takes, right? He had some disagreements. And, like, he mentioned Smack a couple of times in the video. And I think he was just saying that, like, his opinion was just purely based on we should be supported because it's doing good gacha stuff without being a good game. And then he probably didn't research his point of view properly. Which, to me, that's not drama. That's just somebody having an opinion on somebody. It's not like Saint's doing the way he talks about gacha Smack. That's, you know. Now, some people are trying to, I think, are trying to turn it into, oh, Ricardo's going after gacha Smack. I don't see it like that. I think Ricardo was just making a video, which I think he had some good points in the video. Some I didn't necessarily align with entirety, but I got the gist of what he was trying to say. Do you know what I mean? NTE doesn't know what it is. I think that's a good point, yeah. Let me just catch up here. I'm behind on chat. Casual, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, apologies for yapping too much. People love making things into drama. Yeah, they do. Sometimes it's that, like, schoolyard stuff, isn't it? And it's just like, just because somebody's got a disagreement doesn't mean they hate them. You know, like, Somebody might come along and be like, did you hear Pix didn't totally align with that other CC? Do you know why? It's because he hates him. It's because he hates him. He's farming him. But didn't Aricardo come from Saint Server originally? Aricardo's had a bit of a colourful journey, shall we say. He's been open about his own mistakes that he's made and stuff, right? And I think he does try to still keep it on the level with Saint to a degree. But I think for me, I think Aricardo's one of those creators. I think he has a valuable input into the space. Do you know what I mean? I really do. What's the app been about today? Just gacha games, really. Welcome, casual. My gacha is better than yours. Big said that it's... Yeah, exactly, Tonkas, exactly. You know, it's that age-old thing, isn't it, of, you like waffles. So what, you saying you ate pancakes? He disagreed with something you said. He genuinely wants to murder. Yeah, it's just, like, so boring sometimes. It's like people are desperately wanting to make something. Because I think the hope that if we megaphone these, we'll Gacha Smacker will get on stream and watch it, and then the other content creator will have to come back, and then it'll spiral, and, you know, that's one thing I have a lot of respect for Smack in that sense of how Saint tried to go at him. Bro was just like, you know what? Smack was just like, there's way more power in ignoring this dude. There really is. You know what I mean? And I like that. It was that, like, you know, when your enemies making mistakes, just do nothing. Let them carry on. Pig's being too kind again. Yeah, what's going on, Kazu? Owen Pig said he would watch AS either tomorrow or the day after, as if anyone will believe that. I am going to. If I do, Flicks, you have got to, I don't know, we need to think of a thing for Flicks. That if I do it, which I will, he has to, like, you know, there has to be a forfeit for him. It's got to be a forfeit for him. Oh, is it this smack hour? Yeah, well, not from me. I think people are trying to make it sound like a content creator who just disagreed with him was dissing him. When, from what I got from the video, I haven't watched every moment of it, but I've watched a bit of it through V's video, to be fair. And I watched probably like half of the video, which I'm going to do again later. I didn't get that he was dissing him. I think he was just disagreeing with him. You know, he did say, well, maybe he needs to do his research, but I don't think that's a diss, right? I think that's a statement about somebody that doesn't need to be taken as offensive, personally. Yo, Fluffy, as always, the solution is to redact it all gacha gamers. And Ricardo's peak content is reading tweets with the deadpan TTS delivery when he reads 80 emotes. Yes, I've seen those, yeah. I like these, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you do. I honestly, this is one of my favourite things to do when I'm streaming sometimes. This is why I like streaming, because we can just do this. We can, you know, Flicks better drop a fat membership dono. But yeah, I like having this conversation with you guys. You know, because my IRL friends and Rosie does a bit of gaming, but like, I don't have IRL friends that I can discuss, you know, nerd, losing gacha gaming conversations with. So it's like, you know, this is why I love doing this. There's AK streams on this channel. No, I don't play that game. I don't play it. I've been burning the midnight all lately with the SP. How has it been, dude? How's it been? Actually, considering you're playing, hit me with it. How's it been? Because all the conversations seem to be around the gacha. How's the game feeling at the moment? Because you played the last one, right? Has the combat improved? Has the horse jank been improved? Do you know what I mean? Your stream schedule is giving Flicks a nihilistic worldview. It's kind of funny that many of the gacha game content creators create drama that has nothing to do with the game they're actually supposed to create content for. It sells, alright, it sells. Because, like, I'll be honest, right? There's a lot of people in the gacha space because it's a lot easier to get even low views, right? But just enough views that they think they're going to get somewhere that they just you can't do it. Like, it's, trust me, I've done, you know, I used to have GTA streams where we had 500 people watching a day, good views on GTA videos, Fortnite videos, COD stuff, right? It is so much harder to break out into normal content than it is gacha content. Because with gacha content, you can so easily build an audience through tribalism and hype as well. Do you know what I mean? And I think by that very nature, you've got a lot of people who are just willing to just not even really care about the games because they don't care about the games so much. Do you know what I mean? Which is fine, you know. Some people are in it for the money. I don't judge that at all. You know, it's nice when you earn some money in content creation as somebody who puts a lot of time into it. But like, I think some people, day one, that's the focus, right? So like, I don't know if sometimes with certain people, they're here for the culture, let's say. Do you know what I mean? They're here for the content that can be born from that. And again, as I say, not judging that. If you're open and honest, and even if you're not, and you're just here for the cash, it's not, you know, it's not like you're a criminal. You're not a bad person. If you're making content that people want to watch, that's all you've got to do in this space. It's the name of the game, right? Hey, Kathy. Hopefully you enjoyed it. He doesn't hang out with nerds IRL. Yeah, all my friends and stuff are just like normies, man. You know? And if they are nerdy, they're nerdy about like, you know, boxing and MMA and Formula One and stuff like that. And I'm like, I feel when they talk about stuff like that, hey, that they must feel when I talk about like Star Trek and games, right? Because I like be talking about boxing or Formula One. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds super boring, bro. I guess some CCs are really just, yeah. At the end of the day, as I say, this is why when it comes to content, yeah. It takes a lot for me to have a problem with a content creator because at the end of the day, even if you're putting out like sloppy slop content, as long as you're not actually like somebody like Saint, even if you're like beefing with other CCs, but keep it clean, you know, keep it non-horrendous, some of the things you say about them, let's say. Even that, I'm like, bro, there's real terrible stuff going on in the world, right? There's a lot worse things than some person shit talking a video game or something, you know? It's... Yeah, the roof is fixed. The roof is fixed. I stripped it off, stripped back to the trusses and the sprockets, relayed new boarding down, felted, leaded, looks good. I did put a picture up in the Discord actually. It's been fucking brilliant, brother. I wish I was in the first page, but everything so far is a big improvement to that. Well, that's good then. That's good then. I'm gutted I didn't get in. I signed up on 2 emails as well, but they were just like, yeah, fuck off, bro. Bit too tribal for my taste, rather play Magic the Gathering at this point, and then I can at least bring my cat deck. Did you see the game last night? Well, I am a football enjoyer. I am a big football enjoyer, right? I think sometimes I'm a little bit of a unicorn like that. Love football, but love Star Trek and gacha games and anime and you know, fantasy and sci-fi and all that sort of stuff. But if Man United's on, that's the most important thing at that particular time. Do you know what I mean? It was good as always. Well, thank you, Kathy. It's good to see you as well. Hopefully you're doing well. It's like my wife talking about PvP games when I talk about single-player games. That right jab was jolly good. As you laughing as a boxing fan. And see, sorry, praise the Silver Palace down. But do you know what, though? What I played before, what I've tried to do when it comes to betas, I did this with Enfield, right? Because I want to enjoy the game on launch, I kind of like tap in and tap out. So I get focused in particular parts to see, okay, all right, this looks like something, and then I try and switch off and ignore it, so when it comes to the game launch, I can enjoy it properly. I'm not the type of person who can play through the first 5 hours of story on a game 4 times and still enjoy it on launch. But I am quite hopeful in regards to that. One thing I just hope they do on launch is the detective thing really matters. I really do. All these two fucked up right now to be beefing about gacha games, yeah. And even if you are, it's like, I can't hate a person because they're beefing over a video game. Again, I don't hate any content creator, right? I dislike saying tontas. Like, I do. But that's not because of his gacha takes, right? His gacha takes can be fucking tiresome. But it's how he spoke about other people that I have a real issue with. You know, dudes literally accuse people of crimes. That's when I'm like, okay, all right. Again, don't hate him, because it's... I don't know any individuals that I hate, right? But I've got an issue with him in that regard. The only complaint I could give about modern gacha games is that the UI feels all too the same. Yeah, it's another symptom of what I was talking about in my video about this the systems. It's a surface level symptom that goes deeper, right? It's a thing for familiarity to make people feel comfortable, but it's also another problem that a lot of the games suffer deep into them. Being a rough summer, what the heat has it been getting to you? Silver Palace, from what I've seen from others, detecting this dies fast. That's a shame if that's the case. That's a shame. Really need to finish 1.4. I'm really looking forward to getting it done. Being a Star Trek or Doctor Who fan in 2026, sorry, gotta be miserable from what I've... Yeah. We don't talk about really anything after Star Trek Enterprise. And even then that had its issues and was cancelled. But yeah, I'm a Deep Space Nine, TNG. The most recent thing that's been good with Star Trek was the animated show. You know, Below Decks. I like that. I really like Below Decks, I do. But yeah, being a Star Trek fan's... we're starving out here nowadays. We really are. As soon as you exceeded my expectations and the elements I didn't think they would show. That's good then. Limbus UI is horrendous to learn, but it's... Yeah, I like that about it, right? It's that they're not following the norm because it makes sense. In a lot of other games do it. They're doing it because it fits into the game, right? Do you watch The Overlap? I love it. It's one of my favourite football shows at the moment. Like I watch like the R Sports and the Big Six. Like I watch people do watch-alongs and stuff like that. I like Mark Goldbridge, but I've not been watching him as much recently because he never seems to have anything positive to say. And I think sometimes it feels like it's a bit of an agenda with him. But I do like watching him sometimes. But yeah, I love The Overlap. Lower Decks are so good, right? It's good, yeah. Have you played the Star Trek Online? Yes, the thing with Star Trek Online, right? I've started it like 4 times, and I've only got like so many hours in each time. I just need to have a couple of months where I can really dedicate some time to that, because even though it's aged now, I like it, man. I like it. I like the part where Captain Spock beams Scotty up and Enterprise all over the galaxy. Better than a Halo fan. I have a Halo fan friend. Yeah, it's the TV show was I'm a Halo fan as well. TV show was you know, it was an issue. Anyway, let's get started, man. I've been like this for fucking hour, man. Guys, I can yap, man. Honestly, sometimes I think I'd have made a good washerwoman back in the day, because holy shit, bro, I fucking yap. It's your lot's fault. I blame you lot. I blame you lot, guys. Yeah, I'm hoping to get some more ID. Try to react up soon. Hello, Anti-Series 2, like holy crap. Do you know the people who are holding up these sort of IPs at the minute? Like the YouTubers, man. Do you know? Like Installation 00. Is it 00001? No, it's Installation 00, isn't it? Great YouTube channel. Where, like, you know, if you want some good Halo content, there you guys. It's kind of where I'm at with a lot of those sort of things now. Same with Star Trek as well. Like the only real like Star Trek content I ingest nowadays is like people who do play Star Trek Online and make them into some really good entertainment videos and like ship breakdowns and stuff like that. You know what I mean? We need a podcast, Bucko. I've thought about doing a podcast multiple times. So I just like with me with podcasts, right? Like they're good, right? And I keep meaning to get on to like Deadhounds. You know, Deadhound and Draknus have been asking me, and I do want to. I'm honestly not trying to be a dick. It's just like time, and you know, it's like we're supposed to be having that gaming night, and I missed out on that, and I feel terrible about that because I've just not had the time, right? But like, I don't know, it's just one of them things. I'm like, would a podcast? I think it'd be fun, but I feel like it just feels like such a cliche thing to do now, doesn't it? You know? Do you know what I mean? Two hours is not the same as 60 plus days. I know, yeah. I know. It's so funny how fan works are better than the actual IP holders thing they release, yeah. It's like, as somebody who's like a fan of Game of Thrones, right? Obviously the TV show ended terribly. But I watch this guy here. This dude does the best Game of Thrones content. The best. Like, he's breakdowns and deep lore dives are insane, man. So fucking good. Like, honestly, I feel like if somebody could finish Martin's books, if he didn't, this is the guy. Like, David is the guy that could do it, honestly. Such good fucking content. Insane, man. Like, such a great content creator. She'll owe me a game now. I do. I really do. It's an archaeology show about a buried game. What's that? Oh, no, it's... That is the David Lightbringer. It is. It is. Fucking brilliant content creator, man. Really good content creator. I love watching his videos. Like, he's the type of person who can do an hour and 30-minute video, and I'm locked in for an hour and 30. Do you know what I mean? I am locked in. Like, such a good YouTuber, man. Dude deserves so much more love. My brother was not into games at all and only knew that there is a game called Halo. He actually liked the TV series, but that's the thing, isn't it? I think those sort of, sometimes, that's what I think, Ella, is that those sort of shows like that are designed for people who haven't played the IP, which is kind of frustrating, right? Because I think if you haven't experienced it, you probably could enjoy that, maybe. You know what I mean? But, like, if you've experienced the IP, it feels like a crime, right? And it's such an annoying duality, because it's like, this thing's come along and it's like, oh, it's designed entirely for me. This is for me, right? And then you watch it and you're like, actually, this was designed for somebody who's never even fucking played this thing. You know what I mean? Predicting wins in winter could be better. Yeah, do you know what? You should really watch some of his predictions. It's just like, fuck, bro. They're like mind-blowing. Genuinely mind-blowing. You should genuinely watch David if you are interested in that sort of stuff. Like, dude's fucking top tier in that regard. Top tier. Speaking of RTS, have you all seen the new Supremacy Warhammer 40 game? I haven't, no. I haven't. Alright then. Do you know what? Before we get into the game, shall we check this out? Because it's been doing the rounds. The Blue Archive fan base seem to not be happy, right? Somebody who doesn't play the game, I'm just kind of curious. Again, I've just made a video talking about how, to me, the most important thing in gacha games is, or the problem, should I say, the most important problem, something that I would like to see change, is like a lot of the systems that are not the gacha. And then we're kind of talking about the gacha. But again, I don't care about this because I don't play the game, but it's seems like potentially it might have got worse. So let me try and understand what's going on, because if it has got worse, that's something that sucks, right? Because retroactive changes to monetization of video games that gets worse is never good, right? If you ever want changes to monetization of a game, you hope that it goes in the direction that it's better, right? So I guess let's see what this Valiant has to say. Blue Archive JP livestream has announced the worst gacha renewal. So I'm guessing it's not good. So it's only a short video, 4 minutes. Let's just see what's going on and see if the fuss is warranted. Right.
Actually, I never made a video using my own voice before. You know,
okay.
The Blue Archive GP anniversary livestream has ended. And there's one...
Let me just rewind. All I'll say, I'm guessing, he says never use his real voice. I'm guessing he's used like text-to-speech, or like AI or something, or I don't know. All I'll say, because I noticed in the comment he said he hates his voice. Your voice is not the issue. Your mic's kind of fucked up. But you know, we can let that slide. If this is his first video recording something like this, but yeah, your mic's kind of cooked, bro.
Actually, I never made a video
using
my
the chat
own
bar
voice before. You know, the Blue Archive GP anniversary livestream has ended. And there's one thing that really concerns me. I think we are all concerned about it. They are starting to abolish the Spark system and replace it with a pity system. Now you might be saying, that's good, right? It's going to be like
Xbox controller mic. I feel like I've gone back in time, man. I'm playing COD. I feel like I'm about to get some mad slurs thrown at me in this video.
Where the pity carries over, but apparently they haven't said anything about that other than the pity expire.
Okay.
So
pity's expiring now. Going from pity not expiring to pity expiring obviously sucks, right? again, this is something for me that I don't get overly bogged down on pity carryovers and stuff, because I do think pity carryovers are a pseudo safety net in a sense, right? I can navigate gacha systems. I can navigate systems if I know what I'm doing. I don't mind sparks and all that sort of stuff. And again, obviously, but if you're going from a system that you're used to it not being there anymore, that's not great, is it? It feels like a bit of a rug pull.
Does this Blue Archive pity system work? They introduced 2 pity checkpoints. Whereas at 100 pulls, you are guaranteed a 3-star with a 50-50 chance of it being a featured student.
Right.
And second, at 200 pulls, you are guaranteed to get featured students.
Okay, so
At 100 pulls,
at 100, there's a 50-50, at 200 guarantee. So it's, you know, no different to something like Enfield in a sense, but instead of being 80 and 120, it's 1 and 200, right? I'm getting that, right? Building pity is a meta strat, bro.
always get a 3-star character, but it's a 50-50 between the featured or student as well.
Okay.
Which I said that before. The thing is, it sounds good, right? Do you trust
Well, yeah, you'd think so, right? Because, watch it on. So you just before you just had a 200 get the character, right? And then what was running up to that was just a chance to get a for a 50-50, or what was it, less than a 50-50? Was it like a 25-75 or what?
Like, even if it's 50% chance, if I remember correctly, the featured rate is only around 10% on standard and regular limited banners whenever you get a 3-star.
Right, okay.
I completely forgot the exact number. And it's even lower on Fest banner if you get a 3-star.
Okay, so a 10% rate
so the odds are actually worse. So 50% chance definitely make it easier, right?
Okay, so I was right.
But
So
the
it's
problem
gone
is-
from something like a 10% to a 50% chance. So prior to that, you had a 10% chance all the way up to 200. 200 you spark. Now at 100, 50-50, 200 spark. I'm getting that right. I think that's what I'm getting there. Which on the surface, okay, sounds like a better system. Sounds like there's more chance to get what you want to get, right? Going from 10% all the way to 200 to a 50% chance all the way to 200.
Players are not afraid of getting red
Or halfway
off.
to 200, should I say.
Getting spook is actually good, especially if it's a newer students or someone you wanted. For example, oh, this is my waifu that I skip on her permanent banner. Lucky me. And then you are happy or something like that, right? But what concerned me and many other people is that you will have to spend more. As in free-to-play players, you are pretty comfortable right now if,
Right.
let's say,
So
you're using the
what is it costing you more currency per pull or something?
Spark system and get a student within the 200 pulls. You can simply use your Spark to exchange for a student B. It's really that simple, isn't
Wait, so is he saying if you get the on-banner unit before the 200, you can continue to 200 and use a spark for a different unit? Am I right there? Is that what we're getting at? I'm still kind of confused, man. I must admit, this video is a little distracting. Again, dude said about his voice. It's not his voice. It's not his voice. His mic is picking up so much interference on the line.
it?
That was right. Okay. All right then. Yeah, I get that.
Simple as that. But with the new PT system, you are guaranteed to get featured students at 200 pulls.
Okay.
However, your PT resets to 0, meaning you need another 200 pulls for student B.
Oh, that sucks.
Which
Yeah.
is basically the game tell you, hey, we made 2.
Okay, so now instead of 10%, it's 50% at 100, and you get the character at 200. But now you don't get that if you got the character, the potential to get Unit B. So it's on the okay. All right. Okay, I get what they're saying now.
Banner, you're not supposed to pull only one. You have to pull on both. Like, why?
That is.
I'm honestly clueless.
Do you reckon this will get reversed? Because like it's one thing changing gacha systems in betas and stuff, right? Pre-launch, you know what you're getting into, right? But Blue Archive's been out for quite a while now, hasn't he? And to do this sort of change, it's like I don't know how, unless I genuinely think you're just going to get more units out of it. But how is this supposed to go down well? They did it with lads. What they changed the Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, they did it with what's it as well, didn't they? Infinity Nikki. Do you remember when they did it with Infinity Nikki?
And keep in mind, the 50-50 is only applies to 100 pulse checkpoints. Outside of that, every other 3-star is just the normal rates. So honestly, this feels more like a nerf. Unless every 3-star become a 50-50, and then it would actually be a great change.
That's what I mean. They need to be explaining stuff, right? Because as I say, this could potentially go one way, but on the surface of it, sounds like it's just going to cost you more for the units you want to get. But again, that would be such a weird change to make. Like, well, it wouldn't because corporations want to cooperate, right? But you know what I mean?
No, but if it's the 50-50, it's just 103 pool.
Sensational next unlockers.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, I'm not the only one complaining about this. A lot of GP players also disagree with this change. It's more like want you to spend
I just want to see what that person said. If you get pickup A on the 200th pool, you can also get pickup B at the pity, getting 2 characters in 200 pools. Oh shit! So okay. So you could literally kind of come out with 2 characters on that pool, right? But now it's if you get pickup A on the 200 pool, the summon charge resets and you're forced to pull for pickup B from 0 again. Might end up needing 400 pulls. It seems like a nerf, or am I wrong? When you say it like that, if that's the case, fuck, it seems like a nerf. Yeah.
Agree with this change. It's more like
Hoyoverse style gets a pass because it's Hoyoverse. So if you suddenly switch to that style, it's no wonder you get a torrent of abuse. But is that really the... Well, I get what they're saying, 50-50 to a guarantee. Right, fuck, bro, not really. For me, if it was a game I was playing and it's a worse system, it'd be less that, I could compare it to Hoyo because that's always the one to go to, right? It'd be more like, bro, I'm getting rug pulled mid fucking, like, fuck, if I've been playing the game 2 years, like 2 years in, I'm getting rug pulled. Like, fuck that.
Want you to spend more. This is that.
Yeah, okay, I'll get you guys, yeah. All right, that makes sense then. Yeah, makes sense with the Limbus comparison.
What really happens in the future? Sure, I'm yapping and whining about the gacha system, but it's not just me. A lot of players also concerned.
This is the one time, it's not the only time. Again, I think it's fine to moan about gacha systems. I just think there's more pertinent issues within gacha than the gacha systems. But this is the one time when I'll say, you know what? If you're kicking up a fuss about this, again, if it does turn out that it is worse, I can't say specifically because I don't know the exact minutiae from the devs themselves, but the community knows more than me. Seems like it's worse. This is the one time, or not the only time, or one time should I say, but this is a valid reason to be like, fuck that. Now's the time to bitch about gacha, right? I'll happily stand along and say, yeah, this probably is a major problem at the moment because this is a change while the service is live, right? That sucks. I think is what BA will do. Just changing the system and call it a day. That's like...
But with the systems,
this is
don't
unideal.
know what's going to get worse. The old system was great because, one spark could get you boosted.
I want them to revert the call point changes. My grandma said that her retirement hobby was hitting the pickup on her 190th pull, then doing the remaining 10 pulls to spend 200 points and get the other pickup. After reading about this nerve, my grandma collapsed. What the fuck?
And the new system is only good for getting one. Like, maybe you gamble on 50-50, 100 pulls, and I get one. That's...
Yin Jong originally went to 2 supermarkets to shop as a child. He had to run 199 kilometers to the first supermarket, and then only needed to run 1 more kilometer to the second supermarket. But now he has to run 200 kilometers all over again to the second supermarket. I'm liking these analogies, okay?
Good. I'm pretty sure Grandma would have if she got a student A in 190 pulls. And
Grandma
only needed 10 more pulls to exchange for student B. Now, of course, she won't get student B from pulling, but at least she could exchange a spark point. With a new system, your grandma would die of a heart attack after spending...
I think as well, there seems to be this, because, I've noticed it with Silver Palace, right? I think back in the day, spark systems, there was a reason to kind of take issue with them, because some of them you had to insane amounts. Some didn't even have it right. But I think people misconstrue sometimes what spark systems are as well. That's one thing I've noticed with Silver Palace. In their head, it seems like so many more people would rather go 151 pulls in, but at least they get pity carryover. Well, I want this character, but I also want pity carryover. So if I lose my 50-50, I can continue on and get the guarantee. It's like, But on the Spark system, you would have had the character 50 pulls ago. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of thing like Enfield, right? I feel like sometimes people see Spark systems and they're like, oh, the freak out. No, I understand to some degree people wanting pity carryover, right? Again, as I say, I think it can be a psychological trap because you know it's there, so you tend to fucking gamble more, right? Of course, those systems are there to make you do that, but at the same time, it can be used to your advantage, right? Just like Spark systems can. I feel like there definitely seems to be, because that's what Silver Palace is. It's a Spark system, right? But people talk about, well, I'm guaranteed, when you are, but like, think of it as a Spark system. When you think about it, it's no different to NTEs in a sense. It's just you've got a 50-50 on the way. I know NTEs pity carries over though, right? Like NTEs objectively is a good system. There's no denying that. But it's not unlikely. I think people tend to like get a little, the idea of Sparks a little bit like, you know, them like, whoa, pity carryover's better, right? I might, on average, have to pull more pulls, but so it feels better. You know what I mean?
190 pulls on the student.
Spark carryover can be really bad if you pay Nikki. You can guarantee the next year. Yeah.
It no longer exists. So you can't exchange for student B anymore. That's it.
Okay. All right. Yeah. On the surface, it doesn't sound great, right? It's, you know, having a gacha system change mid-service. That on the surface, at least, again, don't play the game. Haven't really looked at the what's it, but I'm going off what the community sentiment is here, and we'll have to see what happens and see if the community changes their mind. But it's not looking good, bruv. You know, it's one thing when you know what you've got before you get into the game. You know what you're getting into, right? You can navigate it. Or if you've been navigating a system for a couple of years, and then all of a sudden you've got a different system to navigate that's potentially worse, yeah, that's not good at all. And again, literally coming off my last video talking about gacha, I'll say then, yeah, all right, this is definitely a good time. That's probably the most important thing about this game at the minute to talk about. Yeah, that's not good. And I guess we'll have to wait and see, right? We'll have to wait and see. You know what, let's subscribe to this dude. This seems to be somebody we can get some news from. All I will say, don't let this bother you. I just realised how boring and absolutely trash my voice is, and I'll never do it again. Honestly, don't let this video stop. Your voice isn't the problem. You've just got a really bad mic. You've just got a really bad microphone. Be a bit more confident and just you obviously know what you're talking about. Just chat about the game. Just get a better mic. That's all you need to do there. You honestly shouldn't be afraid to speak in your own voice. Yeah. Somebody said it sounds like there's a printer in the background. Kind of does. it is like a COD lobby mic. But that's easily fixed if you can afford to buy a new one, right? Yeah, all right, okay. We learned a little bit about Blue Archive then, chat. I didn't know what the fucking deal was at all. I didn't know what the deal was at all. All right, let's get started, shall we? Do the right thing next on. That grandma's life is on the line, right? Can't be doing grandma like that, man. Like, bro, she collapsed. Like, sort it out, man. Sort it out. Hold on a second. What's this?
Couldn't have done this without you.
Oh, brother. I hate watching.
Let's see.
Oh
Today's Saturday.
I hate watching videos embedded now because I have to watch ads. And the ads play before. Get off my fucking screen, bro. Boxy ads. Hold up, 2 seconds. What's this trailer for? Langrissa Sea of Sword official gameplay trailer. Yeah, I'm not interested. Alright, whatever. Ad Street, yeah, bro. I've got YouTube Premium. I've had it for years now. I just can't be dealing with ads. Like the amount of times I get triggered when I see an ad now. There's no audio at the minute. I need to put the audio back on. Valiant and Guitar Rock OGBACCs. I know Guitar Rock is. I probably should watch Guitar's point of view, actually, as well. We ain't gonna do that now, don't we? Yeah, like, that dude's mic was just bad, wasn't he? Sorry, it's just a vibe every time I jump on the game now. I would never use YT without premium. For real, man. You know, YouTube Music's too fucking good as well. Get YouTube Music ad-free. I personally prefer it over Spotify. You know, download videos to your device. Watch, minimize, all that good stuff. You know, some videos you can watch premium HD and all that. It's the good shit. There's some good slop amidst the ads. I guess maybe. Then again, you might see something like, what? Zero, welcome to the stream as well. I'm willing to bet there is some grandma, grandpa out there actually playing gachas, especially in Japan. Oh, for sure. For sure. There's probably more of a chance of some old people playing gachas than traditional games, right? Because they're easily accessible on phones. You know? They've been scrolling through Facebook. You know? They're scrolling through Facebook and they're like, what's this snowbreak containment zone? Oh, I'll have a look. Oh, Lord. AI viewers. Is that a new word for bots? Half of those features used to be made. Yeah. You know. Capitalism. Here's a product. We're going to take that away. Here's the product. It's going to cost you, though. YT Premium ended yesterday, but I'm waiting for the buying game because it's going on every 7 days. Apparently, there's going to be like some big price changes as well for some regions with Premium. You're right. I don't think it's changing in the UK. But I know there's some price changes coming because I keep getting a notification to tell me that, like, there's going to be, like, some currency changes and, like, you know, memberships and stuff. And, like, I think some of our memberships will be worth, like, 17p? I'm like, what the fuck? I can't be asked to change them, so some of you guys might be able to get a membership for, like, 20p. But, I was like, that's crazy. Serious Symbol Jockey, 70 years old, and Blazer Masume running an in-game club dedicated to people who like Sirius. Oh, right, okay. Oh, especially Uma Masume. Yeah, true, that's a good point. Yeah, Uma, probably right, because of the big horse racing community around the game as well, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. And the fact that everything's connected to real-life houses. Real-life houses. Yo, guys, before we get into it, if you haven't already done so, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's massively appreciated. We are going to be today finishing off Murder on the Warp Train. We're also going to be doing, as we said earlier, we're going to be doing Synthesesia this week. I think we'll set it up for Wednesday, because what that'll allow me to do is set the stream up later, and then it's there. People know it's there, because to be fair, it's been a while since we played AK Rides, and I don't know how many people are going to turn up. But last time we did it was a busy stream, and maybe lots of people might want to watch it, right? So we'll set that up for Wednesday, and we'll give it like a good 24-hour grace period so people can know that the stream's ready to go. I'll set that stream up later for Wednesday. So, yeah, as you didn't notice, I just use a Brave Browser for mobile, isn't it? Yeah, it's for me. Like, I think because I've got so many of my stuff connected to Google. Google just, it's a piece of shit. Malware, Chromies. But, like, it's just, it does have a lot of easy use for me. Do you know what I mean? You think there's some old geezer playing Azure Lane just getting served on one of the shits? Hey, you never know, right? Hey, listen, everybody's got to have the things they enjoy, right? That's one thing for me. I'm going to be one of those guys. I'm going to be old as fuck. And as long as I can see and my fingers work, I'm going to be gaming, man. I refuse to fall into the cultural demand that once you're an adult, you don't get to have fun. You know what I mean? You don't get to have fun. Like, it's one of the things I see so often, right? You know, as somebody who's an adult gamer, you know, you see people who sit and vegetate on the sofa every day watching Netflix. I'll turn around and go, man, you should really stop gaming right now. You're not a grown-ass man. While them sitting watching Love Island. Like, bro, shut up. You know what I mean? This is the best medium. This is the best entertainment medium. It's better than books, it's better than music, and it's better than TV and films. You know why? Because it's all of those in one. I say this. I say this. I've even said it to, like, my mom. You know what I mean? I believe there is a video game out there for everybody. For everybody. Honestly. Even if you don't like video games, because it's such a wide medium in terms of what you can do, whether it's from strategy to novels to fucking action RPGs to RTSs to football games to sports games to shooters. You know what I mean? It's something that, like, I hate that when I hear people, and I'm not saying you guys saying that, I mean when people say you shouldn't be. There's, like, more power to the grey gamers, honestly. There's that, like, one old woman who plays, like, Skyrim and stuff. I love that shit. It's so fucking... There's that old dude who plays Battlefield, yeah, and he actually clicks heads. That stuff's so good to see. More power to people doing things they enjoy and not giving a damn what culture says they should be doing. You know, you'll have people out there saying, well, you should be watching the horse racing on the TV, or you should be watching Coronation Street, mate, not playing fucking Battlefield. Fuck off. She kicked Skyrim, did she? That's a good point as well, history. When it comes to gacha games, I've said this before, there should be 18 plus, right? Because you're gambling, really, in a sense. I know it's technically not gambling, because technically gambling, you have to have an expectation of getting money back, or, you know, tomato, semantics, right? It's fucking gambling, isn't it? Doesn't mean you can't enjoy it. I do. New FPS games are dead. When was the last good one? I really like that Valorant. Oh, that's a good question. I don't think it's Tarkov. When did that come out? Nah, that's too old now, isn't he? Fuck. Shit. I do like Battlefield 6, but you know what? It is a sad state of affairs, especially when you think about it. The mid to late 2000s through to the 2010s, man, we were cooking so much. We were eating so good with shooters, weren't we? We really were. Yeah, man, we are in a bit of a rough spot when it comes to, especially PvP. You know. Just cool as it is gambling. Yeah, it is really, isn't it? I think we're arguing semantics if we say so, aren't we? I remember there was a war vet that played Battlefield. And he's really good. That's the one I'm on about. U53. Yeah. That older dude, yeah. Probably in his 60s or something. Maybe even older, actually. He might have been in his 70s. I still watch Grandpa play Sniper in Battlefield COD and other FPSs. Yeah, that's what I'm on about. It's cool when something old gets adapted into a new medium. Like the Norse god Thor being a character in Marvel. Good FPS. Doom Eternal was absolutely good, but yeah, single player probably eating a bit better, right? But what was like the last decent multiplayer first-person shooter? Like, as somebody who likes extraction shooters, like that, some form of Arena Breakout and Marauders and Tarkov and stuff. Like Valorant was what, 6 years ago now. COD's just been mid for a few years now. Yeah, man, like, for me, those early days of Call of Duty, holy shit, they were good. Would Overwatch count? Yeah, I think that's fair to count it in. Yeah, Overwatch was massive, wasn't it? When did first Overwatch come out? Oh, no, it's gone back a while, hasn't it? Do you only still like some rounds of Fortnite? I used to love Fortnite, I did. I was a big Battle Royale enjoyer, I was at one point. Arena Breakout, I can't mention. I like Arena Breakout. Warzone with Nicki Minaj. Is it 2016? Shit, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's wild, man. Time's going too quick, isn't it? All right, and speaking of time, great segue. We're on a ship that supposedly takes no time at all, but in fact, takes a very, very, very long time. And at the moment, we are stranded with what appears to be some kind of vampire aboard. And it's our job to figure out what the fuck is going on. Let's get into it then. We're on to next car. Let's go. I just never avoid multiplayer FPS because a monster there anti-cheat will somehow cause issues for me. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Oh, shit, Deadlock. It's not a first-person shooter, but I'll allow it because Deadlock's fucking brilliant. I ain't played it for ages, but Deadlock's brilliant, man. We should be alright. What was the cocaine version of Overwatch called? I don't know. I remember we had Paladins. What was the other one as well? I don't know. Arena Bracket used to be golden until many of the old devs who wanted realism for the game quitted. Now they... Oh, has he? That's a shame. Yeah, because for me, like, that's what a Breakout was, right? It was like Tarkov light, you know? It had realism to a degree, but not like to the point where it could be a bit of a filter for some people. As somebody who likes Tarkov. But, yeah, he kind of fitted into that, like, you know, in between, didn't it nicely? Breakout. Come on, Warnie, 5 minutes adventure in and out. The 5 minutes in question, right? Marvel Rivals. Maybe. I was a Paladins player. I like Paladins, I do. Battleborn, that was another one. Died pretty quick though, didn't he, Battleborn? Yeah, I quite like Paladins. Which sinners am I most anticipating the Cantosa most? Ooh, good question. Honestly, I think Faust might be one of the ones I'm anticipating the most because what we've got to see of Faust here is obviously we've seen her disconnected from the Stellar thing, and we're seeing a Faust, you know, without the omniscience of all of this knowledge, without Wikipedia. And we're seeing somebody who's questioning themselves, showing a bit more humanity. And I find that really interesting. And she's also she's quite a hinged character in the sense that she has access to a lot of info that a lot of the other guys don't, doesn't she? Which I think will be fascinating in terms of learning more. I think Ryoshu as well, because I'm just fascinated by why she's the way she is. And I really like Ryoshu as well. So yeah, I'd probably say Faust and Ryoshu, to be fair. Otis and Faust is what you're looking forward to. Yeah, Otis will be interesting as well. Rodion. Yeah, she got scammed a bit, really, didn't she? Yeah, seeing this, I guess a humbling experience that Faust is kind of going through now is rather interesting. The goodest thing in the guest shop was a full shout out since the very beginning. Look at her base ego art after this fight. Can you see the Friday X multiple shout out? Oh really? I'll have to have a look. I think it was sort of evident that something regarding that was going to be, because like I still remember that statement when I can't remember the exact how it happened now. I'm like kind of paraphrasing. Like she was asked, wasn't she, about the sinners, and how she said that he was the only one she considered a genius outside herself. But the wording that she used for herself was slightly, I can't remember it now. And that was one thing I was like, oh okay, you know. She's gassing herself up, but it felt like she was gassing herself up in a bit of a different way. It almost felt like she was throwing out a bit of an illusion to like, well, he has a natural, earned sort of, I don't know. I don't know if I'm misremembering it. Next car 2. Let's go.
공세가 시작되기 전에 파우스트가 나서겠습니다.
I want to see the war crimes. Could you see? Oh yeah, I just read that. Don't know why I did that. I don't do that sometimes. Sorry, my bad. If I ever do that, guys, just ignore me. Reading comments more than once. Because these blood bags are afraid to fire first Gregor, like fire first Gregor. Yeah, I've got some cracked units now, to be fair. I do really want to build up a charge squad though. She called me that. Is that what it was specifically? Yeah, that's what I remember. Something along those lines. Yeah. So it's like that caught me, and I was like, okay, interesting. Because like how she's quite, how I said before, flat. She's obviously not flat, but you know what I mean. Almost nonchalant, somewhat robotic in her responses towards people. I always found that I was like, okay, that is interesting. That is. You excited for Mercils because you want to see him talk? Waiting for Mercil to have a mental breakdown and distort. Also, I kind of want to see Rioshu and Sinclair right and have no long together. Oh, she's pretty smart herself. Oh, for sure. She's definitely... That's one thing I'm interested to see if we do see this. I don't know if we'll see it in this or we see it going forward at any point in time, because I said it, I think it'll be interesting to see, because you can see she's questioning herself, right? She's like, shit, I've lost this incredible, powerful thing that I've had that's allowed me to have access to this instantaneous information at the, you know, an instant. And that's got to be incredibly jarring for somebody, right? You start to question, fuck, man, am I good enough without this? And we saw a little bit of that with her, right? So I'm interested to see that progress as a character of somebody. Without that, she can still be incredibly competent, if not above competent, right? You know, we spoke about it before. I think it was me, Easy, and Ken, you know, like the imposter syndrome. It could definitely be something that'd be a catalyst or something like that, right? You know, you've lost this thing that you once always relied on. It's like, man, do I deserve to be here? Do I deserve this position that I've been given? Now I've lost this thing that I've always relied on. Yes, I do need to. Do you know what? I actually started listening to Wuthering Heights on audio, but I'll need to get a book. I need to get a proper copy of it. I want to read some of the others as well. I don't ever. I might actually Google that later. Get all the books and see if I can get a hold of them. The OG Faust was goated now, so I'm hyped for that. Stranger's the only one so I have absolutely no knowledge of, so that's pretty interesting to me. Ryoshi was. Dear, she's a homunculus. Mercil's had the biggest crashes. I'm really excited to see it translated in Limbus. When you think about it, obviously I haven't read it like, but if that is the case, it's kind of something that almost feels foreshadowing for this like kind of like straight man character who's always so specific and down the line, you know, with the way he does things. To kind of have a moment like that would be kind of poetic, wouldn't it? We got Hungering Blood Bag Cleanup Agent soon. We already had them, but Aggressive Blood Bag Prosthetic Fixer. Okay. It's really interesting in the Smart Wars. What I'm looking forward to out is. So I'm late. I was in an interview. Hope everyone's having a good day. Oh no, you don't have to apologise at all, Wiseman. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you stopping by at all, man. Hopefully, the interview was a W then, man. Sending the good vibes, man. Hopefully it goes good. Yeah, guys, you ain't never got to feel like you got to apologise for being late, ladies and lads. Went well. Answer on the 30th. Good vibes on. That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
낮도 밤도 지 숨을 다하도록 배워낼 것.
I am also fascinated a bit about the smoke pool as well. I would definitely like to hear more about it. I'm honestly fascinated there. You guys have spoke about, you know, the plan for the game's length. What happens after everybody's got the canton? Like, you know, what does that mean? Where do we go? Fascinating to see. It's so weird that even the full prosthetics can use, users can become blood bags. Like, what's there even to bite into? Good point, actually, right? Clanker bag. I want to see this more, to be honest, with it connecting so many damn events and characters across the game. It's just so much damn interesting. Yeah, I agree. Just stay there, if as soon as all split up after Canton 12 and we group with them one. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they take it, right? Or if, like, because this being such a heavy narrative game and the way they do things is such a diegetic way, it's like the whole process of how the story is, like, you know, put out there completely changes. Like, it'd be interesting. You know what I mean? Like, if Cantos themselves, like, it's just not the same anymore. I don't know. There's more veterans in distortion detected. I think, you know, we're reading, both of them. Would it be something that we should do on stream, chat, or off stream? Like, it'd be something we could discuss as we're doing it, right? Because I do mean to read them. I do. I'm just thinking, like, is it something we do on stream? Yoshi is laid based on Hellscreen and some other inspirations, if I remember correctly, also Yoshi's character and working Canton 9. So ready for Dante to get the aspect only to have to get rid of it, like in Purgatorio. But Purgatorio. I am very interested to get more from Dante as well, of course, right? I'd say make them videos, reckon. Maybe I'll set up a poll. I'll set up a poll on the polls or something. Not that I'll honour the results, but it'd just be a good idea to gauge where people are coming from. The Horizons will have their own canto, so we'll probably have this. Yeah, like, that would be my assumption. I mean, economy class cabin. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
이건 또 뭐야?
Ooh. We were on the final car, adjacent to the freight car, when we discovered that odd box with the T Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아. 역시 W4구도.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 이리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼
Maybe specific to
떨어졌다는
Dante.
거겠지.
It makes me think, right, obviously, I don't know. I know this works a little bit differently, but like, where the train's whole time thing and Dante himself and all that.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼.
W Corp's heydays are behind them. Somebody did say the other day that the warp trains are not profitable, right? Honestly, really dislike how this Intervallo handles the warp train aspect. It just feels like it's jingling keys in the face of hey, remember Ruina. What do you mean? The warp train aspect? Obviously I've not played Ruina, so I suppose I can't, you know. W. Corby's losing money. Hello, from where am I from? I am from the UK. People are starting to ask questions about the warp trains. I think they meant it doesn't really go into that horror of... okay, yeah, alright, yeah. That is something I must admit I would have liked to have seen. Because, it really is... it is horrific, isn't it? It is horrific. I need to play Ruina. I really need to play Ruina. You're from India? Shout out to India, man. He's from Burley!
아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다, 그치?
It was difficult for me to ignore how Roger hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted, like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요. 같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
Okay. Some sort of force.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
Okay.
혹시 이분은...
We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack, though we'd seen something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던...
Oh shit.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니
I was just thinking that just when they mentioned the fixers. I was thinking, is it normal for this amount of fixers to be on a warp train? I was thinking, probably, you know, a lot of them do use them, but it seemed like there's a lot.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님. 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Yeah, think so. Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
I was saying she's definitely trying to show that she's still there. She's here and present, but you know, she's not really adding. She's like, yeah, okay, interesting. You know, Faust answered out in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You all right, Faust? Well, like I wonder as well. This I'm interested in this Stella Bella thing. That is it just something that she can dive into, like a pensive, or is it like a voice? Is it like you know, does it have something to it? does she feel alone without it? Like, and obviously these are all questions I'm not literally asking. Okay, I'm just speaking out loud. I'm just speaking out loud. You're right, Faust. Just being a bit rhetorical. Yeah, Big Silly's fine if I can add you. Yeah, man. Yeah. It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네.
To chat GPT in her brain.
고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요.
Okay, she's using I again, right?
평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
She ain't got a Google search anymore. Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져.
This game does constantly, like, I know she's speaking, this is like a reference back to Canto 5, right? But like, obsession isn't just a thing for Ishmael, right? This is a thing that permeates through this game in multiple different facets, right? And outcomes, like, you know, obsession, you know, the focus to the point of it being a major, you know, 'cause focus can be a really good thing, right? But it's definitely like expressed multiple times throughout this game. Like Canto 6 leaned into that heavily as well, right? You know, obsession, you know, blind obsession to a degree in some ways, you know, in how it affects different people. Like it seems to kind of spread out across the game, and not the only one as well. It's not the only aspect of it as well, but it's just, you know. Have you seen her as her own voice? Definitely. There's a reason Faust always referred to herself in the third person. A lot of people joked that Encore Faust crashed the Faust core because Multicrank got released. Faust is like a newbie at work, freshly graduated, who can no longer use ChatGPT. He does, yeah. Right. That the phone's been took away like shit. Somebody's asked me a question. Oh, fuck.
대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과 코끝의 혈양만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
I like this as well, because this is them kind of relaying something that, like, Faust is, what appears to be at the moment, going through for the first time, right? This sense of not knowing, attempting to figure things out without success, right? Because that's normal for us, right? Human beings, like, you know, when you're trying to figure things out, you know, you try to deduct things and deduce from things and figure what's going on. But like sometimes, you know, you get back nothing, right? Whether that be through learning or just experiences in general, right? And like, I quite like the way they're reflecting their experiences back here at the moment. Almost like a mirror, you know, almost like a mirror. It seems that Ishmael and Yisang picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요?
Ooh, is she speaking up on it?
아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
그건
I wonder as well. I know she said, and this isn't a wild statement to make, I don't think. She says like she doesn't want to panic them because of the situation we're in, because they're going to be like, oh fuck, Faust doesn't know. But at the same time, I think there's a lot more of it there is about embarrassment, right? I think she's embarrassed about it, isn't she?
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
그런가요?
Allowing some of her positive traits to come out as well, isn't he? Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다. 현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토 팰레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
Right, let's find out who done it. Frightful. I mean, she has built her entire personality on being the smartest person in the room. Exactly right. Exactly. Just beyond. That's what I say. It's like, it's not like a hot take to make. I'm like kind of stating the obvious, aren't I? Just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
Yeah, like as well. If they're stuck here, what's the end goal for them? Infinity in the void.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데 정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
Good point.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
Subjects who will blindly follow your commands no matter what is a powerful force, right? Even if you are not the most powerful force, you can still make some headway with devotees. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength, and all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌 겐가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아! 강하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네! 그러니 서두르세!
Don's like, fuck all this talking, man, we're heroes. Let's fucking do this. Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Blood Fiend is a key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the last car of this train. Bro, we need an anime of this fucking game, man. Badly. I think it could be fucking brilliant. Like, genuinely good. It needs to happen. The one who lords. They're not gripping, they're lording it over us. Okay. Yeah, here you go. Here's my, well, what's he? Yeah, I'll copy and put in chat. Yeah, that's my ID anyway, if anybody wants to add me, guys. Limbus anime, which he would, wouldn't he? Like, it's... Because it's not only, like, the story that I find interesting, it's just got such a fucking aesthetic and themes to just, like, it could be something good, right? Like, so good. If they just... Obviously, now the storytelling and stuff, of course, and having a good animation and stuff. But, like, like, as somebody who, and I know we've got an AK anime, which I still haven't watched, or completed, should I say, and I know people have got issues with the pacing, and again, it's like trying to cram a book into a TV show, right? It's always going to be difficult. But, let's say the AK anime didn't exist, right? Let's say it didn't exist, for better or for worse. I just think this game... deserves not the right word. I think I'd be more excited for an anime for this than I would for Arknights. We've got an Arknights anime, right? You know, Of course we have, but I think if we didn't and you said which one would you prefer to get an anime, I think I'd have to say this. Do you know what I mean? I think I would have to say this. I think the idea of it translate better into an anime for me. It's more character focused, isn't it? So
현 시간부로 근무 시작.
follow somebody else's story instead of Limbus. Yeah, I think this story we've had so far in Limbus would be fucking awesome anime. It would be awesome. This room?
다들 왜 그런 표정이지?
Who's this guy? Guessing the problem, but those chairs backwards.
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
The audience of the prince.
저자가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 혈비인 듯하군요.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라. 그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데? 한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라.
Oh, I'm listening.
내 이름은 카세티.
Prince Cassetti.
가족으로부터 도망친 제6권 소비자. 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
6 kindred in refuge from his family, and the rightful prince who shall reign over thee. So what's he on the run?
열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙에 이놈이 벌인 짓인가?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지.
Oh, he's acting killing it again.
자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장. 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다
Only
만찬을
enjoying what
즐길
pass
뿐이다.
themselves into my maw.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
Dons a mask for the purpose of merrymaking.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면 떼어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 떼서는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어.
Okay.
가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야.
So he thinks feeding will give him fulfillment then, to be able to take off the mask.
가면을
Again,
벗을 수 있겠지.
somewhat mirroring what I feel like the emotions that Faust's going through. You know, without the Gela Stella Schmeller thing, you know, she isn't who she should be. Feels like that's his Gela Stella Schmeller thing.
내놈, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지? 솜씨가 제법이군.
But stitch to his face. Oh shit, she likes that, doesn't she?
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히
Great and eminent barber.
방송한 이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만 너무 아파. 아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
He's a bloody loon, isn't he?
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아.
What? This is Sinclair's VA playing this guy. Is he? I suppose you can sort of hear it a little bit, like, especially when Sinclair shows a bit of fear and like his voice cracks a bit. Is this who you're talking about? This guy's Sinclair's VA? Oh shit, okay. Kind of see, to be fair. Hey, what have I said about this game, man? This game's got some incredibly talented VAs.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아.
Yeah, you can definitely hear it a bit.
울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 우릴 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
피스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
True. You could potentially spawn a little fighting force.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 건 기억하고 있어요.
Is it? I think you could do with some, you know, few visits, you know, do a quack maybe, might help them out a little bit.
난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은
Throne of this budding
조금도
kingdom
없어.
in the void.
이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아. 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데? 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까?
What would you do on your free time here, man? What are you supposed to do? You know?
이 자유를. 하지만 이건 제가
Kingdom is
만든
mine.
왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요.
Why does it need the train to do this? Why couldn't it do this anywhere else?
추측하건대 저 혈기는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
잠깐!
Oh, Sasha. She's saying it's a different VA. It sounds somewhat similar to Sinclair, though. Tricked me, didn't you? Yo, what's up, DJ Mass Raver? We're all fucking laughing. Kind of sounds similar, though, right? I can get it. If somebody says that's the same VA, I'll be like, yeah, I kind of hear it. I kind of hear it. Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha. The fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at this sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가? 저길 보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세! 저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네!
혈기 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
What, you think it might be Sasha?
정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰로 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나. 나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 그런데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 죽기 싫다라고. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고!
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her great sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라. 가족들이 날 찾으러 온 줄 알아.
Okay, so he's on the run from the family then, yeah?
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
Oh shit.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권소. 나의 왕국을, 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
I feel like she's more powerful than him, right? It feels like.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 정보 형편없는 놈들 뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을 카세트님에게로 보내주었습니다.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
Reborn. Every step down one is less powerful, but not more. Okay. Just the way he reacted to it, it's almost like. I know he said it was because it's almost like he was shook of her.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위계체의 개념과 유사하군요.
Okay. Makes sense.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
But became a kindred. It's kind of like a familiar, right? In a sense. Not exactly the same. Almost a bit like a familiar to a vampire, right? You know, accepting to become a minion of it in the promise that they will become returned.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가? 우리가 처음 보았을 때부터
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그 스맥들은
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고.
It matters.
헬멸은 길수록 좋다.
Okay. The numbers. What do the numbers mean, Mason? Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. Oh, she. Yeah, they're a bit more like thralls because like they're under the control, aren't they? We're familiar with more of it in a promise, isn't he? You know, the controls there with the promise of becoming one of them, where this is more like control through, you know, sort of kind of turning them to a degree, right? My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that passengers were dead the moment we realised Sasha was a blood fiend. I hoped we'd spared this site. Be spared this site.
어린 나이에도 있었다네.
알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지.
Gold.
그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
Living as a blood bag is better.
그이 닥치시게.
Go on, Don.
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
There's probably some truth to this statement here, though. Probably quite a lot.
그이 닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Let's go. Don, hello, man. Don's always on smoke, isn't she? Always on smoke. Demon Kane attempts on this unit's heat. Turn and consume 3 bleed count on self to gain coagulated blood. Gain offense level and defense level equal to the value. Prioritize his target to bleed. Yeah, lots of bleed, lots of bleed. Lots of bleed. Take plus 5% damage from Blade of the House as well as motion back attack skills. Yeah, okay. I kinda wish I'd brought my roadie on him, man, because she's so much fun to use. She really is. I got my wrong fucking Don, man. I do really need to change my squad up, but it's alright at the minute. We'll roll with it. Rest of the team's good enough. Let me see coming.
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시게.
Assault in progress. Full fact, anyone can be made into a blood bag if they're unlucky enough. Not relevant here though, at least in this game. Seeing people play Limbus reminds me how good these games OSC sometimes. Games got a lot of things going for it. OSC is definitely one of them. I'm loving the new jukebox feature as well, man. It's fucking dope. Damn, man. A 1.1 waiting room video has been demonetized. Damn. A video that I made over a year ago has been demonetized. What will I do?
강자를 상대할 땐 힘으로 맞서지 말고 가득한 저으로 흘려보낸다. 다수를 상대할 땐 자세를 낮추고.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
So we need to get his, what is it? Is it to 30 now? He stacks. It's like to daybreak. 20 lights a day break, this skill gains an extra coin. 30 lights a day break, this skill gains an extra coin too as an unbreakable coin. Okay. Damn! Donna! I'm getting fucked up. We do need to switch our donate, man, not gonna lie. Let's go.
이 궤적을 보고 떠올리시게.
Hit dirty that either came to arrest her. Yeah.
많이 지쳤고.
나비가 날개짓 나쁘진 않았습니다. 이 순간이 다 되었느리라.
Oh, did I rip ass, did I? Spin it, it's how long it's been since I used her. Yeah, I did, didn't I? Yeah, you're right. I went straight in with the, I went straight in ripping ass, didn't I? Yeah, it's my bad. Oopsie. It's been a hot minute since I used her. I got carried away. Oops. Have a clash actually. That's enough.
내 앞을 막을 자는 없어.
Bro, I ate too much spicy food and instantly ripped ass on her, man. We do need to switch out, switch it on out though. Yeah, I think that's why we brought her in, right? Was for the visual effect. But I'm thinking we just let me switch her out.
그 어떤 두려움도 저를 도망치게 할 수 없을 거예요.
I'm going after my boy.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
실력을 잘 이용하지 못하셨습니다.
Can we just try with the heat? Please keep goals burn, mine, sir.
이 순간이 다 되었느리라.
So SC goes hard.
왜 알아듣지 못하는지. 피주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
Oh, that's how it look then. Gain 1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Then you consume 3 bleed to count on self to gain coagulated blood. Okay. Buttons targets with bleed. Every time this unit is hit, the attacker use. Every time this unit is hit, if the attacker used a skill that gains charge, the attacker steals 1 charge count from this unit. Does that? Oh, okay. At less than 5 charge count gain. Ooh. Okay. So what? Don going in then, yeah? What Don going in? Ooh. Struggle. Should we go up the inner post? Yeah, let's do that.
무언가에 맞설 용기를.
칼날 사출.
젠장. 젠장. 이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Also makes you want to reduce the attack arrows a little bit. Oh, well, can you reduce those? I didn't even know you could. Not gonna lie. Didn't even know you could, dude. Oh, we're a bit. Yeah, let's go for that. Yeah, do that. Let's do that.
여전히 무섭고 겁이 나. 그럼에도 멈추고 싶지 않아.
젠장.
Sort of imagine some clutch with you while you see much.
젠장. 이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Alright. I'm alright at the minute.
나도 밤같이
I might change it.
숨이 닿도록 배우내리라.
진절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이야.
Oh, so he has to have the okay to be able to make little thralls.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
쉬워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지.
You're a failure.
자식의 추태는 그 어버이가 거둬야 하는 법.
계속.
With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... Oh shit, that's kind of cool. With that... Oh yeah, I read that again. Yeah, he looks kind of dope though, doesn't he?
잊고 있던 해부름이야.
Armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더 키운 것으로 보입니다.
Yeah, dude looks dope still.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지. 그렇죠. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는
Bro, he's an upstart king, yeah.
떨지 않고 할 수 있어.
Hints on.
모조리 죽여서
Fuck is this?
소용이
I don't know, what's that before? At turn end, depending on the stored blood stack on cell, at 5 or fewer stack, gain 1 bind, fragile, and 1 offense level down. Okay. more than 5 stack, gain 2 offense level up. I'm sure this dude's gonna bring some blood bags on screen to sustain himself or something, right? Full bleed, clash bow 1, inflict bleed. Target has full bleed, clash bow 1, inflict bleed. Low morale effects. Start, gain 1 fragile and damage up. Panic effects. Start, gain 2 fragile and damage up. Increase after winning clash base on the clash count. Base value is 6. Okay. Right then. Bro wants to bleed me, does he? Alright then. We'll see about that, bucko. We'll see about that, bucko. Give me some charge, bro. I can't interfere with that bitch, can I? I'll just, straight into the slowdown. Or slow him down. Is it too early to be slowing him down? We don't really want to waste it, do we? 1 offense level for every stack. 3 stack kill, 5 SP, turn side for all allied entities have dawn off its undefeated expires. Okay. Just dominate his ass. Pause.
저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를. 저에게도 무언가에 맞설 용기를.
Alright, let's get Bro. Let's get Bro a little bit fired up then. Shall we? No, actually, no. Let's not do that. Yeah, we'll not charge. It's high noon! So why'd you be foul? So I want to... Do you want to hit him with the counter then? No. Just want to get battle instinct first. I'm doing a bit kit reading a bit, trying to figure out what the deal is. If I remember, you want to counter first before skill 3. Right. Let's have a look then. Rip some ass. Should rip some ass. Is that one, is it? Yeah. Rip some ass. You like that resonance? Nice, isn't it? It's nice. Nice. Yeah, let's do that. minute 20 for his watch, don't I?
자네 생각하는 게 좋을걸? 날 신경 쓰는 것보다 자네 생각하는 게 좋을걸? 제일 중요한 걸 놓쳐 그러다. 날 신경 쓰는 것보다
As he dawns with blind cheap protection on a random ally, prioritize allies that don't have protection, prioritize dawn off allies. At 30 light of daybreak, activate Cracker Dawn instead once per turn. I wanna hold on to his S3, right? Or should I just hit him with it all? Imagine Roger in Don's place. Just go for the. Should I just go for the 30 next time? Just hit him with this for the excessive resonance, chat. Yeah? You should do it now, you should get 30 next turn. Do it now! Okay, alright. I'm down. Let's do it.
칼날 사출. 이 순간이 다 되어 내리라. 몰아친 곳을 저자가 멈.
Bro cooked.
나를 비추는 중빛이 꺼지지 않도록
Rip space incoming.
거세게 휘몰아쳐라.
잘했습니다. 보충하죠. 반응형 사출. 전부 조각 무대죠.
Oh shit.
역시 우리 사무소의 자랑이야.
당신과 한없이 닮은 것
Bro's cooked. We'll see. Did I skip his healing phase? Oh shit. We got too many meta units, yeah. Burned his ass. I love it when humans let their blood boil. Ironic, considering what we just did to bro.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서. 이래서는
I know we didn't even get to fucking rip ass, did we? The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. Are you sure about that? The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp. The K-Corp bordered checkpoint, or at the basement of the Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. I got any cups. Yo, Ducklord! Don's still ready. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 많이 고파.
배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른 게 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 뻐근 디라곤은 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한.
What?
아니야, 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐, 조용히 해. 아니야, 잘 못했어요. 제발.
Okay, I get it. He was the runt.
소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
I love Don's VA. I love all the VAs, but the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. Rose having a rough time, right? Oh yeah, ID reaction series this week. When's the next part? Maybe tomorrow or Wednesday. Definitely be in the next couple of days. So people did hit me up with some of the shorts because I missed some of the shorts from the initial wave of units, right? Because some of them were put into shorts, weren't they? So we'll check them out through those as well.
내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
Do love Dude's design though.
어떻게?
이놈들의 약점을 찾아. 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이 우리에게 매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면.
Sashi began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다.
Okay. Regarding ID reacts, I think you should hold off on those who are future cantos because now you have way more context than previously. I remember only having the highest season 3-4 IDs on this node like Molo. This was definitely an experience which was way better from an immersion standpoint. None of me also psychopath do of the LCB casually making competition of bloody massacre. Adorable dogs.
의체를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이.
Is she figured out to come for me? Come for Dante?
저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요.
He's like, oh clock.
지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는
I just imagine Dante sitting in one of the chairs, just like chilling, just bringing him back to life.
중요한 것을 쉽사리 흘리고 잊어버리자.
With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground. The master key card fell shoulder in one of the previous cars.
막으세요, 동키호테.
어버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Mercel, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength. Without Don Quixote's fury, the Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는
Dante's just chilling right.
열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를, 왕국의 번영을.
All the other people in the... No. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
단테. 파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. But I might be relying too much on the perfect Faust. On that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us massively after analysing the information we brought you. Hey, my manager. He's gassing her up. Be confident. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember, thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠. 그럽상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 알겠냐? 이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면
다리 협상이라니 어찌 그런 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that the cassette team must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를 이야기해보죠.
It's gonna feed him to the fucking buzz.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 네놈은 그 종이고.
그렇습니다.
좋아. 왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자 다리.
See, he's definitely got some imposter syndrome, he has. He's just acted upon it in a different way, do you know what I mean? There's a bit of a reflection going on here, isn't there? We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus, we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
First attempted to gamble. What? Our girl's going, yeah. With that, the door closed, shut behind us. I'm liking this. For Faust. I'm liking it. She's throwing caution to the wind a little bit and going in a little bit blind, right? Like we all have to sometimes. The negotiation. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles.
그래, 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내
The buzz
수면을
woke him.
방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 권속을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
단테. 연결된 것 같습니다.
Oh, the buzzers helped you. Was that the gamble? Was that actually the gamble? She's got Wi-Fi again. Lad, she's got Wi-Fi again. Connection. Suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Mephistopheles must have a booster, a Wi-Fi booster inside, you know? she's managed to connect to the hotspot, man. Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠.
This is a moment of realizing that, you know, certainty isn't always going to be there, and sometimes action with uncertainty is all you can do, right?
실제로 상봉해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
Oh, she's fucked. She got a buzz off it, boys. She got a buzz off it. She's going to become a gambling degenerate now. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만.
Hold up, wait, what? Now the connection has been re-established. I would like to make a complaint against the Faust in the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. However, the Faust in management. Are the Faust what? Are they just other people? All connected to the same network? Are they all just called Fausts?
제가 이
She
상황에
needs to
대한
speak to a
타격을
manager.
찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Much reason to believe that their omission was done on purpose. Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
I'm telling HR.
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 보통의 인간들이랑 다르군. 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그리고
Okay, so
너희들은 이곳을
what is his
나가는
plan
것이
to
목표지.
secretly hide again on the train to do this? So that's what he's been doing, right? Hopping away. Train leaves. It appears. fucking turns people into a bunch of blood fiends, blood bags, evaporates some people, and then the remaining ones, they get to get out the other side kind of thing. So it becomes a cycle of a feed for him. I'm guessing, right?
카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
Wait, we'll live here happily ever after like nothing happened. Wait. Skimming off the top kind of deal. Right, yeah, man. Dude's just taking a couple of percent, right? You know? Passing, couple of passages here and there. There's a few hundred, man. No one's gonna notice, you know?
열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려.
Okay, so he does mean we'll get there. Okay.
각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Well, when you think about it, there is a bit of a what's to it because the people are not going to be remember, are they? Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다. 저 혈귀를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠. 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Cassetti found out food could just be delivered to him. Right, bro's got Uber Eats, isn't he, really? You know? Faust does not reply. Yet, the lack of reply was a reply on all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost. We cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... Yo, she knew some fuckery was afoot. Yeah, she's like, no more watch, bitch. Don Quixote? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk. But with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
Is Don gonna be in the position of let's beat some ass, even if it means we have to sit on this train for a couple of thousand years?
저놈이 또?
Bro shook. You better be as well, bro.
그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
상관없다. 악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
She's like, yo, I'll fight you for 1,000 years, bucko. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond the limits of merely by walking here.
파우스트가 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting me destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그럼 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않은가? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Her struggle begins to wane. This was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait. Don Quixote, no. In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. Second too late.
어버이시여,
Was he,
허가 없이
was he trying to
한
turn
번 더 만날
Don?
것을
Oh, fucking way, Bucko.
용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Oh, shit. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
Did not expect this to be the solution. Faust? What do you mean, the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감...
What's gonna happen? Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. Oh no. We're fucked. Her feet are gonna be out. And we know how bad them grippers are. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... the toes are out. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Were you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
The shoes of the steed, okay. She doesn't know when she got them.
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Nope. I think I'm good.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 꼬맹이가 째까기 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
Look, Stinky. Small girl is torturing TikTok with Stinky.
로신한테는 냄새 나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 아이, 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
And Karen ran off from the feet stank. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rocinante.
관리자 나리, 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Now that I think about it, Every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes. Excellente. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
She looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. There was something much more than just her favourite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? Ugh. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the buzz, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. Oh, and the gripper's out. Yo, bro, she's aura farming this dude. Bro's kneeling at her feet. Bro's like, you're gonna be kneeling? She's not, nah. Nah, bro. Of all the things to focus on. Well, I had to say. This is fucking sick. An all-absorbing darkness voice is our only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금.
Oh, sorry, bro. I don't think I saw the faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering, I think I saw red eyes.
폐륜이군. 금기고.
Oh shit. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling. Pathetic. Pathetic!
선조시여 일마리 자비를, 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를, 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를.
버릇없는 놈.
Oh shit, this animated shit's dope. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut. Shit!
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는 것.
Wait, what? To commit the sin of feel impiety by attempting to travel against the bloodstream, to commit such abomination against your ancestor, I cannot well sanction your impudence of continued existence. What?
굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
That's a bar. That's a sick attack name. Coagulate and melt away. Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously like that ice cream Don Quixote loves so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Bro's like, what? Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래, 그대가 그
Promised
약속의 시계인가?
timepiece. Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로신한테를.
Rocinante.
부탁하지.
I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. I bet Rel sniffed them, just to, you know. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. With what nose? Look, you know. Holy shit, that was fucking cool. Fell use of free will. So, like, what's Don's deal then? Is Don... Is she already a blood fiend when she's talking about going up the bloodstream? Like, bitch, you trying to turn me? I'm your daddy. You know what I mean? Or was she just that vexed that her shoes was took off that she became fucking inconceivably powerful? Yeah? Like, brother. Somebody theorised about Don being a blood fiend 2 years before this Intervallo released. Fucking hell. I'm just trying to process this. We had some info about blood fiends. Don fit a lot of the characteristics. Just let it ride. Could you do me a favour? Look at Don's base ego and look for her passives. Unhit if targeters bleed, heal 3 HP. Yeah. I'm looking at it. I'm just trying to. I'll get that. Like that's on the nose. I'm just trying to look if there's anything here that's in the imagery that's like standout-ish. That definitely, you know, inflict 6 bleed, heal by 50% of damage dealt. Yeah, like, seeing that reveal now, obviously, that's way more like, okay. Blood of Sancho. That's what I was thinking, because Sangra's blood, right? like sanguine, right? Happy fish dead. What is this a shadow of? Oh, it's a fucking... Oh, is that a steed? Horse skeleton, yeah. I just saw that. It looks like a steed, horse, you know. Interesting. Oh, shit. I'm so curious now about all the other egos. Is this like the Stella fella thing? Interesting. Okay, well, yeah, we know this now. Shit. Yeah, this is sick. And the battle in the background there as well, yeah. No more. Fuck. Okay, that's awesome. That's fucking awesome, right? Because like, that's us. Because like, a lot of time, I am adamant. You know, a lot of gacha games, shit's just done on the fly. You know what I mean? Shit's just done on the fly. It's kind of like, you know, we start the story and we kind of just go with what we feel fits. What's the community saying? All right, let's pivot. You know, obviously it's done in sections. Like, right, it's not like, oh, we change the story overnight. You know what I mean? But it feels like a lot of it. But this is like from day one, right? You know, much like something like Arknights, right? Like, so like they've got a story, they've got an idea. It's set in stone. Maybe some tweaks here and there, obviously with but like, you know, not an actual complete switch up because oh shit, people didn't like the beta. We need to change the story. This should be an event in Canton 3 that was changed due to the revelations with Don Quixote in this Intervallo. Yeah, Don Secret has been staring you in the face the entire... Yeah, man. It's fucking crazy, that is. I love that. I love that when writers do stuff like that, right? You know, foreshadowing. Like, what's going on here? What's going on here, chat? I wonder what this picture is here. This looks like blood dripping. Like we got this here, looks like blood drip. What's this though? Ignore the screen tearing. I don't think you guys can see the screen tearing. I will see in Canto 7. Right, okay. Alright, props. Props. I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed. I feel like I might need to make a video about this. I'm impressed. What? Okay, let's go. Sometime later.
이게 대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti. Yo, Faust! I mean, Don is a beast as well. Most had lost their consciousness from the mental stress of the prolonged battle against a blood feed. I've got the hiccups. Sorry, chap.
관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
Okay, this is my favorite interval, I know. Like, I love time killing time. But holy shit. This was like good going through, but then just went up. Well, good work, everyone.
하지만
However,
여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
wait.
뭐라?
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트, 관리자님, 그리고 아직 의식을 되찾지 못한 돈키호테다.
뭐야?
I'm guessing she's not entirely aware of this, though, right? Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
Bro, here analysing people's fucking gaits and voices and he's about to bust it. She ain't.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없으니 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가
Don Quixote was unconscious, and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know...
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는 어디 있는 건가요?
Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands. Where's his hands?
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드 키는
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
Wait. Oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
True words from a smoker. What? 1,000 years? Oh my days, man.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
마스터 카드키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
Okay. Do we have a MacGuffin?
어떻게?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
Okay.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
Should get the Wi-Fi's back on, bro. 1,000 years of withdrawals. Yeah, bro, that'd be rough. That'd be rough.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor, past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. See, I said this before about the back of the bus. Oh, does that mean Mistopheles is going to be sitting in there for 1,000 years on his own?
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Sandy pitter, sandy patter. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
Some time ago. I love that you humanise the bus. Probably think, yeah. poor bus. Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다.
Wait. So what have they got to done sat on the beach for 1,000 years?
A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
With that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다. 예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
Hey, I like it.
뭐? 야, 그럼.
She's learned to live. Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open again.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict abandoned hospital of sorts. As long as there's not fucking, Santa's helpers that want to eat us.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건 뭐야 여기 실내 아니야? 그런데 대체 왜?
눈이 안 떠져요.
이게 뭐야? 이게 설마 모래바람이야? 천장도 멀쩡히 달려있는데.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sinners blurted out a series of colourful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. Oh, so that's how it works. Okay, I was thinking when she was on about there, so what she did there, because obviously that gives us portals to places. So, how long's that 1 second going to be, though? So, like, because we appeared in our space, that perception of time passed for the train to get where it was going, right? And then we hop back into the train just before it arrives. We managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P Court platforms. the train was still getting cleaned up. That is. Okay, so she got that fucking bang on, right? She got that bang on. The time skipped and exploited going into, between textures to fast travel by... Yeah. Like, she hopped back into our reality, our dimension, right? So the time passed as it would do to allow the train to get there, then joint back in at the end, like, yeah. That's what I'm saying. With our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요.
Well, she'd only have to do the 10 seconds, though, actually. Wouldn't she just go all the way to 10? So I was thinking, was she going to cut it just short?
멀쩡한 승객이잖아.
Trying to understand the technicalities a little bit. What if... Did she have to get it just on? Well, she didn't, did she? Because it was already in the station, so it was back out of the dimension that it was in, right? Okay, alright. Came in his own dimension, more or less, was explained via the Mirror Dungeons law. Yeah, I understand all that. I was just, in my head, I was thinking, did she specifically have to get it bang on 10 to get us back in? But the train's already back in our dimension by then, right? It's ripped into its own dimension, back out in 10. The cleaners are on board, then it's back out, right? That's a cool idea. I like that. When she was saying, like, oh, when we were in our dimension before they went in, I was like, wait a minute. What does she mean here? But obviously, it's clearly when they come back out, it's like, I get it. I like that. That's cool. And it's not just like, it doesn't feel like a Machina type moment, right? Because it doesn't feel like it just got yoinked out of nowhere as well, really. That's been built up because obviously in previous stuff we've done, right? Do you know what I mean? In that we've used those doors to go places, not only to go sleep, but also for Christmas Town and shit like that, right? So yeah, okay, I like that. Yeah. We're so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission look downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고
Chekhov's gun being, Chekhov's gun, sorry, being, yeah, I agree. We're employees of Limbus Company who boarded the warp train at the behest of your employer.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
Do we get to keep them then?
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요. 아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
Wait, what?
응? 여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
Did somebody feed on him? Or was he potentially... Somebody's still there? Was it Don? Wouldn't have been Don, right? So, does that mean there's another one on board? I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
Yeah, I was going to say, because if they realised that somebody was missing, then they know they wouldn't have done it right. Surely there's no way manifesto, right? Do we think it's possible pods aren't intended to actually be used by employees and the pod just killed him? Maybe. Dimension Shredder? There's a theory that entering the pod just drops you into the void because W Corp doesn't care about preserving its employees' lives and you just can't... Shit. That's fucking scary. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began to ask too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 것이요?
See,
올해도
I just want to say as well, you know that moment we done? Right, that was like an aura farmy moment, right? There weren't like the music drop that we was talking about earlier and shit, right? But that's how you have those sort of aura farm moments that have impact and not just the anime trope aura farm moment for the sake of being an aura farm moment, right? It actually has like, oh shit, that's a reveal. Do you know what I mean? Like if that did, if it was in a moment like that where we had a music accompanied with, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was talking about NTE earlier, that vocal drop music, so oh shit. That earned that moment. If it didn't need it, is what I'm saying. But when we talk about aura moments, and these games using anime tropes sometimes in ways that just are not earned. You know what I mean?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
네. W사의 관련 부부를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해.
So after being on the train now, yeah, I'd just walk. Just get a bike. Get an Uber. I'll sit in the traffic. Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토 팰레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지.
boss.
아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 자리를 비켜주겠다.
Get a bike, right, lads? What's up as well? Welcome. See the Goobler creature takes off her shoes and aura farms with her grippers out, right? I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. The way that's worded. Look at that, they smelt that bad. The explosive pressure knocked her about. It was though she knew that it was going to happen. It was, wasn't it? Because she said an unexpected... Well, she didn't expect this particular solution or whatever it was.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
Oh, is it meaning said she took the wave? Okay.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is.
그것이라면 ACB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 같습니다.
Virgilius knows as well. Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 ACA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
Does Don know? That appropriate moment was back there?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다. 파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나.
Fuck, bro. Like these cantos ended in such a way that I'm like, fuck, man. I've got to do 1.4, and we need to do ambient syntheses, yeah. But oh my god, dude, these guys need to stop with this shit, man. I need a break. I've got stuff to do. Honestly, though, like, in terms of like that sort of cliffhanger of, oh, I need to know. I honestly think they do it better than Arknights, and not because the moments themselves are bigger than Arknights, because Arknights has some insane moments, right? I think it's just because sometimes in Arknights, because they stretch it out a little bit, it takes the impact away, and then the desperation and the desire to get to the next piece, because you know it's probably going to be fucking 700 hours away. Do you know what I mean? But I still love it though. Like, this does it in a little bit like, you know.
돌아왔구려.
Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path. And the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Yi-Sang's rather nebulous question. He knows, doesn't he? He knows.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
It's all about Faust without Faust. Is he trying to rizz her up here? Is bro flirting? Shot a puzzled look at Yi-Sang.
나름대로.
I like you when it's you.
꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Yi-Sang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Phew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess, and it felt shorter than it really was. But it was also an opportunity to learn so much. Yeah, man. Like, for an Intervallo, like, this dropped two massive things that Faust has got a Stellar thing, and that Don's a fucking vampire. What the fuck? But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 피사에 어떻게
Faust is a lava and Donnie's Dracula.
아이, 복구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고.
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
Only you knew.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this. Right? The same faith I saw in the Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me too. I looked to Faust, only to see the Faust was looking at me as well, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her the night nod back in return. Did they just... They just did this, didn't they? We just had this moment in Limbus Company, yeah. Need a bit where I'm at the racetrack in that one film. He like turns around. This bit. She nodded with her usual barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. Okay. That's my favourite Intervallo now. Like, I will admit, I honestly do see what somebody was saying about Ruina. Obviously, I haven't played Ruina, right? The Dream Ending. Interesting name. So this is her canto, right? Ooh. Let me just So I do admit, like, it would have been nice to see more of the horror of the warp trains. We saw plenty of, like, you know, horror in that sense, but the true existential dread of what the warp trains offer in terms of this elongated time of you know, potentially being damned to thousands of years without being able to die, or, you know what I mean? But other than that, I love the whole thing of getting to experience the warp train and seeing it and stuff. I love that we've got that little bit of technical lore that, as long as we can slip back into our dimension as well, if you have the means, which everybody else wouldn't have, right? Only for Mephistopheles can we do that. I always struggle with the word. That we can, you know, we can negate that as well, which is really cool. We had, like, what was a bit of a slow simmer, right? Up until that point, I was like, oh, I think Time Killing Time's my favourite one at the moment. And I really do still love Time Killing Time as a vibe. But, like, that ending, shit, man. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it makes sense, Black Silence. It makes sense that they wouldn't want to just go down the same path again. And I respect that. I do respect that. It's just, as somebody who hasn't seen it, I would have liked to see that. But I can see that. I can see that if I want to, so I'm not even blaming the game for that. But, like, 2 reveals. One of learning Faust isn't, even though she's incredibly smart, she's getting all this information from Google, basically. But that was interesting to find out about that. I can't wait to learn more about that as well. I do like this idea of learning more of Faust without Faust. And it was nice to see the human Faust, in a sense, that, you know, she isn't infallible, and that's the creep of self-doubt started to come in. And it'd be interesting to see, like, because it did feel like that sort of imposter syndrome thing was, like, right there straight away. We saw reflections of it. You know, it was nice to see Ishmael and Yi talking to her. And it's clear that Yi knew exactly what happened, and he enjoyed that as well, right? Which was nice as well. Definitely, like, there was lots of reflection stuff going on again. You know, not only with, like, Faust in this sort of questioning whether, you know, to a degree, whether she's worthy. You're getting that from Cassetti as well. Do you know what I mean? And then, obviously, the reveal with Don, fucking insane. Like, genuinely, I didn't see that coming. Now, I know, looking back at, even if I'd have looked at her ego deeper, I wouldn't have got there. Like, that was left field for me. That was. Honestly, that was left field for me. Like, smarter people, as you said, kind of called that stuff out earlier. But that was just like, when it happened, I was like, it was taking me a moment, right? It was when I started to process what she said to him about, you know, like, trying to run upstream. And I was like, wait, what? At first, I was like, he'd bit her and turned her? Or it was just rage from her shoes being off? And then I was like, wait, no. Has she been possessed by something? Is that what's going on there? Or is she literally that? And it seems like, unless she has been possessed by something, because the way that she doesn't seem knowledgeable of it as well, at least it seems, or she suppressed it. Again, the name of the canto is quite telling, the dream ending. And like Don Quixote, I know the inspiration of a story is about a man who kind of LARP so hard he doesn't realise he's LARPing, right? So I'm so excited to start Canto 7. I am so excited, man. I'm genuinely excited to start it. Like, that was, these intervallos are not only great little you know, like, interconnecting little bite-sized stories that, like, some of them give you a bit of a different experience, sometimes a little bit lighter. But man, they're really good at hyping up the next canto, aren't they, and connecting it. Now that you know Faust's secret title, The Smartest Person in the City, is certainly interesting when it's basically just a Discord server. Share the teaser and the trailer on React Smash. Sweet. 1.4 tomorrow. It might even be later. We'll see. Maybe we can stream in the daytime, actually. We'll see. But it will be... It will be very soon. The signs are there throughout the rest of the story. Back in Countdown 2, the mariachi guys commented that she seemed insecure and fake. I still wouldn't have gathered that in a million years. I honestly wouldn't. That one... You know... Like, we've been doing a lot of theory crafting in this game, right? And sometimes I think I'm like, well, I think I'm cutting on to what's happening here. That was total surprise to me. Total surprise to me. You're good pace for the release of Canto 10. Very sure you can quote that. Do me a favour before you end stream. Check my link to Discord. Extremely early dawn foreshadowing. Look it up. Where am I looking, dude? Was it React Smash or in general? Oh, here you go.
춤이라면 내가 한 수 가르쳐 줄 수 있다네.
이제는 안 되겠어. 몸짓에 진심이 담겨 있지 않고.
The movement is insincere.
그게 무슨 소리인가?
춤은 마음을 비추는 창고. 마음이 맑고 투명하지 못한다면 춤만큼 의미 없어질.
Oh, yeah, interesting. I still would never have picked that up.
것도 없지.
그대들 다소 무례하군.
I'm not getting it. What is it? I even a tone switch there, yeah.
것도 없지.
그대들 다소 무례하군.
Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay, this is peak writing, this is. Bro. I stress sometimes, right? It's obviously, I'm joking. I'm joking when I say this, right? Look, you know, we watched that laughing video for Art Noise, and like one of the things is like, acting like you know, you're above other gacha players for the game you played. And I'm not saying that at all, like with this, but like, you know what? I just constantly, because like, I get triggered when I hear about peak storytelling and writing and stuff, and I just think this in Art Nights just clears everything in the gacha space, man. I really do. I really do, man. Like, you don't often get this in a lot of gacha games. And the exact plans for Don's story were different at the time. The readable theme was definitely planned from the start. By the Intervallos music now. Yeah, remember Freeze saying Canto 2 ages ago, like fine wine when long story goes on. Yeah. He's right, man. Freeze was cooking. Even all the way back when the game launched, it was mentioned that Encorp Dom was wearing Knight's greaves, and she still wore Rosanante under them. Yeah, this was brilliant, man. Honestly, I might have to make a video talking about this, like about this Intervallo. I need to get Canto 6 video done though, but like, been a while, man. Since I've had this in the gacha space. Like, Arknight's making me want to do it. The problem is Arknight, it was just hard to make videos sometimes because there's so much. But, like, Arknight did that. I'd finish chapters and I'm like, man, I want to talk about this in the video. Do you know what I mean? Like, I really do want to make a video about this Intervallo. Opinions on Kanto 6 after sitting on it for a bit. Video will hopefully be up soon. I did enjoy it very much. I still think at the moment for me, Kanto 5 is my favourite Kanto. Kanto 5 was just, oh my god, it was like, it just ticked so many boxes for me. I loved the tragedy of Kanto 6, right? It was like, it was beautifully tragic. You know, another story that included a lot of obsession. I like the fact that the game isn't afraid to go down the path. You know, pretty much everybody involved was kind of fucked up, right? We got obviously some expansion on like Heathcliff stuff. The whole dimension hopping stuff was really dope as well. And then obviously the finish as well was like, it was beautiful, right? Really, I think, right? You know, it was tragic, right? It was tragic, but it was beautiful. And the whole thing of him changing his back from revenge to remember was like, there was lots of moments within that. Like, and I'll admit, you know, when they were having the visions of the different planes, worlds of all the Heathcliffs and Cafes, like that. And that got me a little bit, man. Like, I was like, man, damn, it's kind of emotional, man. I felt that. Like, that one, that, like, emotionally, like that, you know, most of the tear in the eye kind of moment was, like, there, the strongest in that regard. So I'd say, like, there was points of it that was incredibly emotional, more so than what I've seen so far, right? But, Kanto 5 for me still sits above it, just purely because, oh, it was fucking brilliant. But, Kanto 6 was fucking really good. It was really, really good. Flicks his punch in the air, hearing you continuously glaze Limbus. Yeah, and I do want to say, because obviously I've been making a lot of comparisons of Arknights. They're all in good faith, positive comparisons. Because as I say, for me, Arknights is like, no, it's still there. Arknights is still my favourite gacha game. Honestly, Limbus is right behind it, though. Limbus is right behind. Like, when I first started playing Limbus, right, by like Kanto 2, 3, I was like, you know what? It's Arknights, Enfield, and Limbus for me. Limbus has leapfrogged Enfield now. Like, I love Enfield. Like, I absolutely adore playing Enfield. Like, I love exploring. I love that side of things in terms of gameplay. But, like, in terms of, like, a narrative experience, like, for me, Limbus is, like, although obviously it's a gacha game, right, and it's got gacha stuff, you've got luxcavations, you've got gacha stuff in here, right? You got the way your characters work, you've got fucking banners and stuff, right? But, like, it just feels like a game. Because it's just a narrative experience. Do you know what I mean? It's just a narrative experience. Finish 1 point. Is 1.4 that good? Is it? I hope you're fucking right. Like, so far, what I played at 1.4, it's good. But, like, you guys are giving me some high expectations here. But you're not the only ones. I've heard a lot of real positive things about it. Is that good? That overglazing is just okay. If it's just okay, then it's probably fucking really good from you. Because up until now, it's all dog shit. So if you've moved from dog shit to okay, that means it's gone from okay to probably pretty good. The only negative Nancy is Ken, so that says something. Yeah, but even Ken's gone from fuck that trash to it's alright. Do you know? So for me, an alright from Ken is probably pretty good. You're gonna like the future cantos? I hope so. I hope so. I haven't been disappointed yet. I genuinely haven't been disappointed yet. Kev, you're giving Pix a huge expectation. You should dislike the Enfield Sun until 1.4 now. I'm hopeful for the future. I've heard a lot of people say that actually. Only on 1.2 though. Canto 16 has, in my opinion, the most respectful adaptation of the source material so far since I made the actual canon ending of Wuthering Heights. It's such an important, if fleeting moment. It's alright in the F, its peak covers walls in OG AK. Next season he's named Oblivion. So yeah, so we're gonna do 1.4 maybe tonight. I'm not saying definite though, but it's gonna be in the next couple of days. I'm not locked in exactly what we're doing tomorrow, so I'll let you know. Wednesday though, guys, if you want to come hang out, we're gonna watch the Ambient Synesthesia for 2026. I'm excited about it. I really enjoyed 2025. How long is the concert? Is it 2 hours? So we're gonna watch that. If you want to come and hang out, listen to some hopefully really cool music performances, and hopefully we don't get nuked as well. Hopefully we'll see how it goes. So Wednesday, Ambient Synesthesia. Tomorrow, I'm not 100% sure yet. It could be for 1.4 maybe. Maybe we do 1.4 maybe, because that gives us more time than doing it in the evening. If it's as good as you say it is, maybe it deserves a daytime stream, right? Maybe it deserves the respect of a daytime stream. And then we'll see, because like there's part of me that's like, I don't know whether to take tomorrow to get some videos out, because I really want to talk about this Intervallo and I need to get the Canto 6 video done. Do you know what I mean? So even if we don't do Enfield tomorrow daytime, maybe we do give it a daytime stream. Maybe we do Ambient Synesthesia Wednesday, Enfield Thursday maybe, and then Friday maybe we start Canto 7 and maybe do some Saturday as well. Maybe we'll do that then. Millie's in the concert, which is a welcome surprise. Oh, maybe we're getting nuked then, definitely, yeah. But to be fair, every claim that's been singular, Millie claims, I've managed to get took back, so that's been good. You want to watch this Canto 7 trailers? I won't watch them now, but we can watch them before we start Canto 7. We can maybe do that Wednesday before we watch the concert, because the concert's only going to be 2 hours long, so we can get some other stuff done in as well. Want to fit to you, boss? Cry Wolves as well. Mine, so 2 claims. Have you seen each individual picture of Catherine and Heathcliff scene? It's pretty good. You can even see the palette mermaid, Catherine and the whale. Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen that, no. Are you going to do the Walpurga story before Canto? Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. Sounds good. All right. So realistically, tomorrow no stream. Maybe. I've got some stuff I need to do, but I might be good to stream. But if I do have time, I might just get these videos done. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I do have some stuff to do, but I really do want to get a video made for these. And I need to get that video for Canto 6 done as well. But we'll see. So then, Synesthesia Wednesday. Delayed stream on Wednesday. What do you mean delayed stream? Fuck you, bro. I'll be live, and it'll be on time. We can even do some reacts and talk about some stuff before we watch the concerts. Limbus will be probably Friday. Personally, I'm against trailers for the Cantos from at least after 7. They're much more better knowing absolutely nothing about them from now on. Okay. Hold on, let me send the pictures on Discord. Sorry, this just made me chuckle. Nick's talking about it in the Limbus video. Flex is like, oh, brother. This guy stinks. As well, guys, if you haven't already done so, join the Discord. Join the Discord. No, there will be Enfield this week. There will be Enfield this week. If no Enfield tomorrow, Thursday. So, Synthesesia Wednesday. Enfield Thursday. Limbus Friday. But if we do stream tomorrow, it'll be Enfield. That sound alright? But I just want to throw that out there, but there might be no stream because I've got videos. Well, I want to. Don't have to. I just want to, right? And I don't want to be sitting up until late at night making videos. I just want to do it. I've done it too often, man. It's so worth it. Almost said Limbus there. Yo, I'm gonna be honest, right? Like, people have said, easy said it, bro. Trust me, at the end of each canto, on the end of each intervallo, you're gonna be wanting to jump into the next one. He's not wrong. He's not fucking wrong, right? Like, I really, really want to play fucking Canto 7 now. But we're gonna be good. I've said we're gonna do some stuff and we're gonna stick to it, even though I really want to do it. We're gonna do ambient synthesis, yeah, because I've been meaning to do that since Friday. So we are gonna do that. I do want to do 1.4. You sound stressed about finishing the video. Nah, it's just I've been meaning to get it done, but I've just been super busy, so it's kind of made it. And I must admit, the Canto 6 video for me it's been definitely harder to put my points. I've got stuff kind of bullet pointed now, and sort of like little sections of kind of things that I'm hoping to try and. I'm not very good at script writing, right? Like, people said my last video was good, but it's not a strength of mine. It's really not. Script writing for some people just comes to them. They can just bang out scripts left, right. It's not a strength for me. So, like, I've, like, got a bunch of bullet points. I've got a couple of paragraphs here and there that I've kind of writ out. Then I'm like, okay, let's see how now I can try and formulate that into a script that kind of works. So, yeah, I'm not stressed about it. It's just I want to get it done. I said I wanted to get it done. I'm not stressing over it necessarily. It's just, it's one of those things that I want to get done, but I just haven't been able to get it done. I suppose you could say that's stressing about it. But, yeah, no, I don't feel stressed over it. I'm just anxious to get it finished, if that makes sense. Well, to get it finished, start, really. I ain't even fucking got to the scripting process at the minute. But I've kind of got majority of the ideas down that I want to kind of go into. I haven't had a chance to read Wuthering Heights yet, so I'm probably going to, like, look up some excerpts of particular parts of the story to see how it relates to what happened and try and bring that into it. So if you see some stuff that might not be the best analogy, because I haven't read the entirety of the book, I apologise for that, but you can let me know in the comment section if I'm misseeing stuff, if that makes sense. So, yeah. But, guys, I do appreciate it. Thank you very much for hanging out today. It's 4:15. We may as well call it there. I've got to go and get Rosie from work. I doubt I'll be live tonight, but I'm not going to say no. And if we are, it will be some Enfield. If not, I will definitely see you Wednesday, but I might see you tomorrow. Okay? So, if I don't see you tomorrow and we don't stream Enfield tonight, that's how it is at the moment. Ambient Synthesis Wednesday, Enfield Thursday, Limbus Friday, and then we go from there. Yeah, guys? All right. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, and I'll catch you all later, yeah? Ta-ra.